Good morning. Welcome, everyone. So nice to see everyone. We know people are still rolling in. That said, we wanted to get started. We have a very full day today. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to join our Youth Climate Summit called our Empowered Ed Rolling Workshops, designed to redesign education models to map to sustainable global systems. So again, my name is Amy Rafter. We are from World System Solutions, and I'm joining you from California. And so good morning and good afternoon or good evening from wherever you're joining us from. So we are going to start by offering you a presentation, knowing more people will arrive. And then we'll go through the agenda and move into our speaker program from there. So again, thank you. We're going to have everyone on mute during the presentations, and we'll talk more about the logistics. And we do want to have plenty of time today to hear from all of you. So thank you again. So we're going to begin by sharing a little bit about World System Solutions. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. This is our vision and mission. So we focus on conscious collaboration in order to resolve the climate crisis. And we together as a global collaborative community will generate a sustainable global future via intelligent application of technology and resources. So we're creating a conscious collaboration technology infrastructure called the Phoenix that we'll share more about today, and an education system that coordinates and empowers existing stakeholders, resources, organizations, and governmental institutions to solve the climate crisis and avoid the collapse of life on our planet. Our strategy is to empower women, young people, and diversity through education to solve the climate crisis. And we feel that this last statement is critical, and it's why we're here today, that in order to solve the climate crisis, this education transformation must occur, and that we have to accept this as a truth now, and we have to act on it collectively. So again, thank you for being here. If you are here, you clearly care about this conversation. You're vital to it, and we hope to expand this ongoing. So with that, I would first like to say thank you to the presenters that we're going to be having today. We have a diverse panel of speakers that are designed to bring you unique experience and models of education that we can all learn from and that you can interact with directly. We want to have you be able to ask them questions, offer your perspectives. These are just a sampling of models out there and a beginning of a ongoing workshop series of speakers that we will continue to have and are all, again, vital to this conversation of how we transform and redesign education. So thank you for offering your time and to these speakers, and we hope you enjoy them. So as we get into the goals of our program, I wanted to offer a quote that I pulled from the UN's Education Summit that they had earlier in the year, because I think it really sums up why we're doing this today and what we're talking about. So the quote says that the time has come to reflect anew on how we understand and what we expect of education. Education must be understood as a holistic learning process, a process through which we learn how to learn throughout our lives. We learn how to do and how to work in this rapidly changing world. We learn how to live together with respect for each other and for nature, and especially a process through which we learn how to be, how to live, and enjoy a full and meaningful life. This implies rethinking both the content and the methods of education. Schools must be transformed so that they include everyone, regardless of circumstance, context, or background. Teachers must be supported to become valued agents of change. The digital revolution can be harnessed to expand access and ensure more creative ways of teaching and learning. To educate every person, we need bold and urgent transformative action. So again, that tees this up perfectly as we hope this program aligns directly with that. So our goal today is to empower you through education to create the lives that you most want. So we hope to have a lot of students here today. If you are a student, this is designed to help you lean into understandings that will help you establish what it will take to live in the world that we're now dealing with and make it more sustainable. We want to use this opportunity to create a transformational social movement to redesign the education systems of the world. So again, this conversation is the beginning of one we hope to be ongoing and to expand and expand and expand. And it will truly take all of us to come together, from the students to the teachers, to the governments, to the organizations, to the nonprofits, and everyone, to literally be in this conversation as stakeholders, as a primary force in creating the change that we need. We're going to learn how the Phoenix Collaboration Platform can help you get there. So it intends to amplify youth's voices, support your career intentions, provide real opportunities to solve the global climate crisis, and offer you the necessary tools to do so. So we hope to discover pathways with you to empower youth, women, and underrepresented groups, understand how the near-term application of AI and technology tools can be used to redesign the education system, explore how the education system can be transformed to create green jobs and new venues for applying your skills, and understand the need for the Phoenix platform to organize global collective efforts and make the transition into sustainability possible. And last, to create a series and network of ongoing workshops for youth to build this new system together. So today is the launch of that. So again, thank you. So as we talk about the global transformation into sustainability, it is essential to understand that the climate crisis, the technology acceleration with generative AI, and education redesign are all interconnected. And that if we don't transform education, we don't have the capacity to solve the climate crisis. So really what this represents is that we need to build a system that harnesses the advent of AI to solve the climate crisis. And we'll talk more about that. That said, in this moment, we are sort of at odds between all of these things, and we can use them together. We can allow the climate crisis to teach us what we need to do to build a new world, that the one we have is not working anymore, and that the AI is going to be necessary to give us the data and technology to get there and help us build solutions. Right now, our education system isn't prepared. It's still preparing students for jobs based in the prior paradigm of work and of a world that is no longer going to exist. So we need to build an education system that prepares youth for the jobs of tomorrow that are going to need it to align a collective common, a global commons, and a common effort towards the common good. So we want to touch on the UN definition of the triple crisis of education. So within education, we have a crisis of equity and inclusion. So there are millions not getting educated still today, which is a true tragedy. There's a crisis of quality, that those even in the system are not getting the basic skills that they need. And we have a crisis of relevance, which is they're not getting taught the topics, the skills, the knowledge, and the information to operate in the world as it's unfolding today. So to add a little numbers to this, we have currently 771 million young people lacking basic literacy. So this is that crisis of inclusion, and 2/3 of those are women. And that says so much. So again, if we do not empower women and youth in this conversation, we will not achieve the world that we need that is sustainable. So this is a major issue. 50% of curriculum documents analyzed in 100 countries do not mention climate change. So why does this matter? It matters because while we have various academic disciplines, if all of those do not map to creating a system that is understanding of the climate crisis, then we're moving in wrong directions. We're pulling ourselves apart. We're not focusing. We're not focusing at the task at hand. And everything that we have, every discipline can be focused in that way. So if we don't integrate the climate crisis into every classroom in all ways, then we're not going to get there. So we're a long way to go. And then UNESCO did a global survey of over 450 schools and universities and found that fewer than 10% have developed institutional policies or guidance regarding generative AI. So most of you probably know that generative AI, as it launched, achieved 100 million users within a month. It was the fastest technology launch the world has ever seen. And it was done without any governance or checks and balances, nothing to help the education system manage it, nothing to prevent youth from using it, nothing to understand the actual impacts that it's having, and nothing to help us use it as the powerful tool that it actually is. So the education system is primarily unprepared for this technology. And we need to quickly redesign education, not only to build a governance and ethics system, to actually use this as the tool towards the climate crisis that we're talking about today. And again, for those that do have policies, only 40% of those 10% have even written them down. So everything's informal at this point, and we really need to formalize that as we create the new system. So this diagram is representing 3 ESG globally guiding principles. So these 3 areas: reharmonization with nature, renewal, conservation, rebalancing, and regeneration of ecosystems, and sustainability, resilience, and solutions to the climate crisis. These are all 3 sides of the same process. We cannot achieve one without the other. And while they seem to be similar, they are different. And the arrows within each, that if you can read them, it says technology and data synthesis mapped to nature. So we actually need to use the latest AI technology to achieve these 3. So we can't achieve it without that. And the technology and data synthesis needs to be mapped to nature. It needs to map to these 3. And we need to have access to any of all of the data available in the world to be able to solve these things. So we can generate a global problem-solving effort without the data and without technology. We can't educate the global population without the data and the technology. And that data and tech within these 3 guideposts is what it will take. So you can see it's all one thing. We're not putting these things apart. Technology and nature need to start working together. And we have the tools, we have the way to use it in this way to move towards a sustainable future. This circle in the middle is basically what is going to be required to bring this about. So if we single-pointed focus on this triangle and these 3 things as a collective, we can begin to understand the need for unification, alignment, inclusivity, balance, and empowerment. We can mobilize, we can educate towards it, we can synchronize, reorganize, and we can evolve our values to be in synchronous harmony with this outside triangle. Now, I know it's a mouthful. That said, once we begin to do that, and all it takes is us deciding to do it as a species, we begin to understand the ethics and governance model that will emerge from it. So we're really using this as a template and a model, as a guiding star of the system that needs to be built to guide humanity to the next level, to evolve us out of our current paradigm and institutions that are antiquated and taking us in different directions into moving in the same direction towards a beautiful future, and one that will serve future generations on the planet. So that brings us to the mention of the Phoenix platform and the education piece. So the Phoenix platform that World System Solutions is building is designed to be a foundation that utilizes AI, that brings everyone together in a collaborative community to work together with all the tools and data necessary to begin to make change. So without a global coordination platform, there's no way to, again, bring the necessary data and technology and synthesize it towards that triangle that we just discussed. So that is what we're building, and we need help with building it, and we need those that are going to be learning to use it. So the education system needs to understand that prior slide and be mapped to operate in this new system of working together, to learn to collaborate, to learn to come together, not to compete for resources or jobs or money or status or power, to literally work together towards the common good so that we can all survive, because it's all interconnected. We can no longer be nationalistic about it. We can no longer compete as organizations or as schools even, and we need to all start moving in the same direction or we're all going to suffer. So we want to thank you for being here. Again, this is an important conversation. There's a lot to talk about. We're so excited about the substance the speakers are going to bring forth. So each of today's speakers has a key piece of the educational puzzle that must be brought together to form a new paradigm for tomorrow's education system. So again, they're going to represent new models, new aspects of the discussion that go beyond traditional education as it stands today. And we hope that you'll interact with them with your perspectives, your learnings, your ideas, so that we can hear you, because this is about a conversation and we're very excited to get it going. This workshop, of course, as we've mentioned, is a first step and is the first of hopefully thousands that will be needed to affect this goal. And World System Solution is a hub designed to bring together these educators with you to co-create and design this new education system that's necessary. And we just want to say that, our world is requiring this of us. We are not saying this as an organization that it needs to change. The planet itself is requiring this transformation. The world is transforming. Transformation and change is going to happen no matter what. The question is, what is going to be the nature of that? Is it going to be something that we can build into sustainability and a positive future for humanity, or one that could potentially destroy us? And that's our choice here. So either way, we have to make that choice, and it's an absolute necessity. So our key message here today is that education is the linchpin that makes this whole shift in sustainability possible. The cost of inaction is too terrible to imagine. And this is humanity's developmental inflection point. So I'm going to stop blathering. And this is the point we'd like to say hello and actually see who's here. So if you would, we're going to put a poll on the screen just to learn about your age and where you're from. And if you don't mind to take just a minute to answer some questions, then we can share and get a sense of who you are and what we're looking at. Thank you so much. It looks like we have an amazing mix of students and educators and climate-focused folks. And we have people from Africa and Asia and the US. So it's nice to see the mix. And so you can all see that as well. And again, we hope to expand on the diversity and demographics, but it's great to see that we'll have various age brackets here today. And we thank you so much. So I'm going to turn it over to Sammy Berwick. She's part of our strategic partnerships team. She's going to be our moderator for the day and guide us through the agenda and explain to you a little more what today's all about, and also introduce our speakers. Sammy's a beautiful female empowered youth, and we're so grateful to have her on our team. And I wanted to also thank the rest of the World System Solutions team for all the amazing work that they've done to bring today together. So thank you again for your attention. Thank you for being here. And we hope it's valuable, and we hope to continue the conversation. It's all yours, Sammy.
Thank you so much, Amy, and hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. UNICEF states that 1 billion children are at extremely high risk of impacts of the climate crisis. And this morning when I was running, there was a vision that came to me of running with those 1 billion children. And that's exactly what we're here to do together today, to run towards climate solutions alongside future generations who will be impacted by the choices we make now. So thank you all so much for being here and being a part of the solution. If Tracy could pull up the agenda. Thank you so much. So we've got an exciting agenda today and lots of speakers who will be touching on various topics about the climate crisis. Our agenda is going to be speaker presentations, as well as we want to hear from all of you. So we've factored in time for Q&A, as well as some sessions for open-ended questions. And we recognize that this is a 7-hour session today, so it can be quite long. And we've factored in an hour lunch break to accommodate everyone. And with that being said, we'll get started with our first speaker here. This speaker is incredibly bright, and we have been so blessed to hear from him in the past Friday meetings. It's a pleasure to announce Rajesh Nair. He is the founder and CEO of N-Cube Labs. He's a versatile professional in engineering, design, entrepreneurship, and education. He holds multiple master's degrees from esteemed institutions like MIT, UMass Amherst, and IISc, along with a bachelor's degree from IISc. He's a founder of 4 U.S. companies and earned the Entrepreneur of the Year award from NH High Tech Council and holds 13 U.S. patents. Rajesh's academic journey includes roles as a founding faculty and professor of practice in innovation and entrepreneurship at the Asia School of Business and visiting scholar at MIT. His research focuses on empowering young innovators and entrepreneurs from underserved communities, leading to the Zero Maker Innovator Entrepreneur Framework. He's conducted over 100 workshops in 7 countries for children and youth from rural communities. Rajesh's mission is to foster 1 million entrepreneurs in creating grassroots ecosystems. We're so grateful to hear from you, Rajesh. Thank you so much for being here today. He's going to be presenting on accelerating green entrepreneurs. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Rajesh to share his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sammy. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Good. Okay. So good morning from New Hampshire. I know, actually it is a little, it's just afternoon. So let me see if my screen is going to be shown. Okay. So I had given this talk to some of the folks, so it may be a little bit of a repetition, but at least I know others who are listening in for the first time. My work primarily is on how do we create 1 million innovators and entrepreneurs, primarily from underserved communities. This has been my research and work for the last 10 years at MIT on my thesis, and then as a professor in Asia School of Business, and now as NCUBE Lab, which stands for Entrepreneurship Incubation Lab. We are trying to see how do we incubate entrepreneurs in places. Now, why is this important? When you look at the 17 SDGs that are stated, every single SDG requires innovation and entrepreneurship to identify problems, solve problems, and scale them so that you can actually make an impact. So I believe the primary SDG, the SDG 0, is to create such innovators and entrepreneurs around the world. Because problems are not central. Any problem that you take and you go into a village, into a community, into a country, into a region, they have a very different aspect of the problem that they need to solve. So you cannot have a one single solution that can address everything. So we need to help youth and children to become the future innovators and entrepreneurs to address these things. So now, before I go there, since it's about education, I am quite worried about this trend that I talk about, called the great dropout that is happening. During COVID, we had 2 year plus of kids kind of lost learning because they did not have devices, connectivity, or even teachers did not know how to teach online. Kids got pushed up to the next grade. They had now they are trying to learn higher concepts without having the basics. There is disengagement and in class. And so this is a news item from New Hampshire, which said number of students who are failing in 1 or more subjects, this had gone up over 12 times, 12.5 times. Or New York Times talking about this is the lowest in the learning in the last 30 years or so. And the larger worry is about chronic absenteeism in schools. Some of the cities are seeing in the 40% level of students who are disengaged, who don't feel like coming to school. Now, how do you deal with this? When you look at learning profile through the year, of course, we normally lose out on learning during summer. By May, the whole country was on average behind by 5 months. But when you look at the poorer communities, where they were actually behind the national average by almost a year by 2021. So, question is, how do you deal with this issue? Because all these issues that we are talking about, the environment, education, are all connected, because at the end of the day, we need to have educated youth to address and solve problems. So this is so tightly connected. We cannot go back and start teaching all these kids last 2 years of curricula that they missed. They already have enough to learn each year. The learning is cumulative. If you haven't understood algebra 1, it is difficult to learn algebra 2. So you have this disengagement because of the lack of fundamentals. And the most important thing is, these are the kids who are coming into our workforce in the next few years. And if this is going to happen, this is going to continue, we are going to run into a larger, almost a national security level issue of education, learning, and which impacts everything else in the world. So my research shows that the primary factors that we should train children on and the youth in schools and colleges are creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and self-learning skills. If we could train them on these things, they can learn anything on their own. They can do a lot of things. They can solve problems. We are memorizing a lot of things in school, which is causing this disengagement. Can we change the way that we learn so that we could engage them? We should be focusing primarily on competency rather than curriculum that we cover in the class. And the most interesting thing is, can we make them into future innovators and entrepreneurs? And my answer is yes, because that is what I've been studying for the last 10 years. So the question is, are entrepreneurs born or made? If you really look at, and this is my research for a long time, if you look at, every one of us has a dormant entrepreneur in us, and we may not recognize it. Some of us at some point say, okay, I think I have an idea. I think I can do this. They aspire to become an entrepreneur. Some of us become the first-time entrepreneurs. Some of us become repeat entrepreneurs, experienced ones. So when I talk about an entrepreneur, they don't really have to start a company. It's in the original French word, which says someone who can take responsibility and execute on projects. And they could become startup. They can do startups. They could become wonderful project managers within school, within a company, or do several other things. But in this aspect, the current entrepreneurship programs that we see around the world, take on people who have put their hand up and say, I think I have an idea, I want to do something, and train them to start their first startup. And the really interesting part of this is only about 3% of the population. We're spending all our effort in transforming this 3% into 1%. Even that is making a huge difference in the country, where they're creating jobs and wealth and such. Now, imagine if we can transform the 97% into that. And that is what we are missing out right now. And that has been my point, my focus of study, to see how do we transform the other 97% of the students, youth and children who believe I can't do these kind of things, and then they go through the school systems, looking for a job, rather than how do I create something on my own. I believe that 97% can be transformed. Now, I will cover that. Normally in this crowd, you'll always have one or two who kind of come out of the crowd. My point is, how do we go transform the rest? Now, when my focus primarily is to see how do we build those qualities in children and youth to build their skill sets, mindset, confidence, and aspiration to bring them to a point where they believe at some point in future, I think I have the ability to do something as an entrepreneur. Now, the framework to create this training was done over quite a long, several years of research. And the process primarily consists of four levels. One is what I call a zero. Zero is some 97% of the students, as I said, who kind of go through the curriculum, just clear the exams and just look for a job and settle in and never have recognized their own potential yet. And quite a lot of this damage is done by the school system itself and by the culture that we are in. We never recognize our own abilities till it is too late. So I will come to that later. The first stage to start this transformation journey is to make them into makers. Makers are the creative ones. You can think outside the box, create things, curious to learn new things, because there are so many things to learn, obviously. And the most important thing is, how do you build their confidence in themselves to learn, to do, to lead, as well as build their self-learning skills. So I started this with running these kind of simple programs in parts of the world where I would bring children together. And I think maybe the sound is too loud and I don't know how to change it. So we bring kids together, teach them design, technology, CAD, coding, put together electronics, and they have to make a working prototype of a product in 2 days. So this kid and his team made a baby cradle. When you put the baby, it automatically senses and start to rock the cradle. It doesn't solve any world problems, but it actually is a way to learn by connecting multidisciplinary systems and learning to design with these kind of things and build their ability to realize that, I think I can learn these things. So these are 13, 15-year-old children in Malaysia who took a strip of LEDs and programmed it so that it starts to give out messages as you wave it. And you can see the pride in her face, that she really did it. She's 15 years old. Or these sixth graders in Saigon who could create a robot that kicks a ball and goalpost that scores goals. Interestingly, every single thing that you see there was designed and made in the 2 days. They CAD'd the boot and the ball and created all the things that you see, programmed the servo motors and all kinds of things. And now when you look back and say, what is so different about these kids? How come they can do all these things? And you realize there is nothing different about them. It is just that most of the kids have never been exposed to these kind of things that they can learn. And once you learn, you start to... So learning accelerates learning. The moment you know a few things, now you can actually learn a whole lot more because you know the basics of a few things. So building them into... training them in multidisciplinary subjects start to, now they can go into, technology or arts and all kinds of things like that. So the next stage of development is in how do you turn them into innovators? Innovators need to go find problem, use critical thinking, create unusual or disruptive solutions, and see how you can solve these problems and understand the value of what you're creating. And then comes the entrepreneur. If you know how to find a problem, create a solution and develop it, now you can actually see how you can commercialize it and monetize it. So these things are built one level over the other, and they're all systems thinkers. A maker thinks within the product system, what goes inside a product. It could be mechanical, electrical, all these kind of techie stuff. Innovator thinks within a problem system. What's the problem? Who causes it? Who suffers? What's the value and pain of the problem? And how do we create solutions for them? And the entrepreneur thinks within, how do we transform the problem into an opportunity? And who's your customer? Who are we serving? How do we reach them? How do you capture the value of what we have created in a profit and team and brand and everything? Now, entrepreneurship programs today start here. I believe if you start here, you can reach school kids who are going to grow up into future problem solvers and change makers. So, makers are the creative ones who can hack things. Innovators are the problem solvers. Entrepreneurs are the value capturers. And if you can create enough of them, you can create an ecosystem in a community that starts to train others and slowly start to build this network effect or the ripple effect. I will touch on the ecosystem later. So when I started my research, it was interesting. I started with college students. And when I started working with them, I realized that, oh my God, the school system has almost done such a damage that their fears have solidified, fears have calcified. They believe they cannot learn. And this primarily happens in the mid-teens, where children are exploratory learners, and over time, school systems start to say, okay, you don't need to learn everything. You only need to learn these 3 things to pass an exam and get a grade and get a degree. And we start to focus on what is being spoon-fed, and we lose our exploratory learning abilities. And the culture also pushes to get the top rank and top grade, and pushing us in the same groove where we lose our innate ability to learn anything. And this actually it's harder on girls. This, from what I found, is that the society actually puts a different pressure on girls. They kind of telegraph to them that boys can do this, you may not be able to do this, or I'll excuse you if you say that my math is hard. It's, oh, that is okay, baby, I can understand. That is not right at all, because there's zero difference between the abilities, but we kind of program them to think differently, and if anyone says, I cannot understand, I am bad at math, I would say you had a teacher sometime back in your life who put the fear of math in you, and now you cannot actually get out of that at this point. So this gets me really excited and kind of angry that we actually do this to half of our kids, to say that you can't do these kind of things. And so what I found is that to build the confidence, you need to kind of reach them before these fears have settled in. So I created this program called Zero to Maker, where we can go teach school kids. So there were a lot of work that done already, some 100 or so workshops. And this was an interesting part of the research where I created a maker lab, in a box. This is a 3D printer. You have all the electronics and all kinds of things, and created multiple such maker labs in boxes, and ran experiments with rural government schools, 10 schools in Malaysia on the border with Thailand, and 7 schools in India and farming villages in the south. We brought 6 students and 2 teachers. We gave them the lab work, taught them how to use that design, and taught them how to mentor. We created mentors that can continue to teach these students in school. And we asked them to come back after a few months and show what you have created. But the workshop in Malaysia started with a simple task. It said, these are 13 and 14-year-old children. Most of them have not touched a computer. I'm sorry, they have not done any of these things before. And they were supposed to assemble their own 3D printers, because I wanted to make sure that they can repair it and fix it. And then learn CAD, design something simple like a name tag or luggage tag or something, and print before lunch on day 1. So I found that children could do it because they never thought that they could not. But adults have problems believing they can, and that is an adult's problem. Interestingly, the work in India was harder because these kids had not touched a computer. That's a group I was talking about. We started the class with this is the mouse, and this is where you type Google. Oops, sorry. Uh, this is where you type Google, and what I found is that these kids had zero problem learning this. The first application that they learned on a computer ever was 3D CAD. And the second one was how to put together electronics and code them and such. And none of them spoke English, so we had to hire translators who can help us. And then, since I tested these things in poorer schools, the question was, is there a difference between these schools? So I tested this in one of the richest schools here. This is in New Hampshire. I think it is, was a feeder school to Harvard, and costs some $80,000 a year for high school. You run the same program there to see what changed, and found that there is no difference in the innate abilities of children in any of these schools. Children are exactly the same. But what we feed them, what we teach them, completely changes them over time, and they start to peel off. Some of them who got all the extra training, they go on, aspire to do something higher. Others do not. What we were trying to measure were, how do they learn? Their learning agility, their self-learning skills, curiosity, ability to understand STEM, apply the theory of what they're learning. Then their social engagement. How do they work with each other? How do you collaborate, communicate in groups? Innovation skills in critical thinking, creativity, design. This is where all the technical stuff comes in, fabrication and such. And entrepreneurship attitudes of self-efficacy, which is a confidence to take on unknown challenges. The agency, resilience, how do you look at problems as opportunities and such? So when you look at all these things, you realize there is no difference in the abilities of these kids till about mid-teens. And then slowly things start to change. We need to intervene very early on to create those problem solvers of tomorrow and the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So I talked about 1 million entrepreneurs. How do I even get to million? I possibly cannot teach 1 million people. So what we want to create are ecosystems that take in new candidates, train them, and they become the change makers for the next generation of people coming in. So an ecosystem primarily consists of 3 blocks, 3 things. One is a center, a space where there is materials, books, and tools, and all kinds of things, that just stuff that money can buy. Second is a community of mentors and students and teachers and professors, and who come together and help each other to learn. And third is a culture of learning and culture of innovation, where you try something, you get your help from others, and you fail, and others will say that is perfectly fine, go back and try it again. The culture of inspiration and encouragement. If you build these things over time, you can start to create a self-standing, sustainable ecosystem that starts to churn out. Once you get the engine running, you can actually do that. So as experiments, I went into multiple colleges in India as part of my research. I took 50 kids and taught them every day for 2 hours after college. And this is a picture from 2013, 2014, when I was teaching them. Out of the 23 kids out of the 50, 11 of them did their first startup. And out of the 50, 24 of them did their first startup. So the thing is, this is in a college that had 1 student startup in the previous 12 years. In one first year itself, they had about 12 startups that came out. Now they have the ecosystem that they created within the school. Interestingly, most of them, they started the first startup. Most startups failed. Some of them went back to the second one, some of them third, and I think there are some of them who did up to 4 startups since then. But the thing is, what really changed was they changed their aspiration. They found a direction. This is what the principal wrote to me. They improved in academics, and this is in a small college in India where none of them went out to foreign universities. Now students started going out to other universities for higher education. And of course, there were some startups that came out. In Malaysia, we started with 60 children, and over a matter of 9 months, there were 150 kids who were designing and making all kinds of things in their schools. In India, it was harder because we had to go give them computers. We gave 6 computers to each of these schools, and we had to put young adults to come and teach them how to use these things. And over a matter of 6 months, these kids were making all kinds of IoT devices and robots and such. So basically, this can be taught. This can be trained. This is the Minister of Education from East Timor, Timor-Leste, which is the small little country on the eastern end of Indonesia. And this is a lab I set up with UNDP, where we brought young adults, taught them these things, took them out into farms and fields to find problems and solve. And now they change their teaching school kids to make a difference in the next generation. So during COVID, I was running these kind of programs online. So this can actually be taught online too. So we created kits of materials, sent it out to college students. These are from Indian Institute of Technology, which is like the MIT of India, and students sitting across the country in their homes, and we're teaching these things. These are a school in South Africa. This is me sitting in New Hampshire doing the same work. And a few months back, I actually went there and ran the program again in townships outside Cape Town. Now I'm working in poorer communities across US, Fitchburg, Richmond, Puerto Rico. Now we created a program for girls in villages in Vietnam to train them in these kind of things. So ran about 100 or so workshops around the world and set up these little ecosystems from the bottom up. So this is what I learned. First thing is, we are leaving behind so many, or large majority of kids with so much potential. All kids have the potential, but we never nurture them. We never develop it. And then when they become adults, we wonder how to change them. We actually spend more time trying to change them later than nurturing them very early on. Creating ecosystem is the way to catalyze these kind of changes from the bottom up. Early intervention is absolutely critical. If you can change the beginning of a story of a child, you can change the entire story. How do we reach them when they're young and start to build this confidence and abilities and self-learning skills? And you have completely transformed the child. So today's need is, we need to create these experiential courses in schools and colleges. So I created 2 courses called Zero to Maker and Zero to Entrepreneur, primarily taking them through white belt to black belt in creativity, problem solving, opportunity sensing, and they create their own portfolio of projects which could be used for college admissions or job interviews and such. Imagine coming to a job interview with a portfolio of all kinds of technical products and projects that you have done. Creating a digital platform to bring them together. So this is actually a course has been approved in New Hampshire, and we are trying to bring this program into into schools in India. So where we want to train the youth in colleges and communities and make them the change makers to make the change in schools. So we could actually train young adults who can get better jobs with these kind of experience, while they're also transforming the next generation of children. So that is what I do. And I would like to take any questions anyone may have. And if anyone wants to write to me, here's my email address. So with that, I can take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rajesh. It's so amazing to see these tangible, solutions and opportunities for youth in the world. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And we'll open up the floor. If anyone has questions that they would like, you can either put it in the chat or speak it in.
Rajesh, I wanted to ask how you think that entrepreneurs can keep their efforts sustainable.
You mean the entrepreneurship cycle? How do you sustain a cycle? You become the mentor. We all look up to entrepreneurs, and we all looked up to what Steve Jobs did, and how many people did Steve Jobs inspire to take up these, Steve Jobs, or maybe even Zuckerberg, and all kinds of interesting, of course, Elon Musk and folks like that. But they're all the mentors that we don't see, we don't touch, we don't talk to. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're even done anything, you should be going out to schools and communities and talking to kids to make them believe that they have the ability to do this. We have grown up through a phase where we don't believe we have the ability. Everyone else is smart, and your parents and everyone tells you that you can do this, you have it, and they say, "Oh, you're telling me because I'm your kid. You have to tell me I'm good." So I still did not believe that I could do half the things, and it is common with all the kids. But if somebody else talks to you, and say that, "Oh my God, you have actually done this. You have the ability." You start to believe in yourself. So we need to build that belief in these children, and that is our first hurdle we need to cross. If you can talk about everything else after that, but if you haven't taken out the bottleneck that we have in ourselves, it's very difficult to take out. And you sometimes you need to go fail. You absolutely must fail, because failure is when you start to realize that you start to learn. If you ever thought that we can learn anything without actually going through failure, that doesn't work that way. So as a mentor, we need to give them the courage to try and fail and learn and launch.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Well, my question, I think it's more on the grounds of how could schools, do you hear me? Do you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. How could schools apply this, all these things, in a simpler manner? Meaning that not every school has the resources, the technologies resources, or the knowledge resources, meaning of the robotics and how to do this or that. Not all teachers have that. So how could we make it more inclusive in a sense that everyone can develop and foster this design mindsets in our kids and develop all of this without having to have a 3D printer, for example, or a STEM lab? That's my question.
So first thing is, the labs that I set up are really inexpensive. That is, but you don't need any of these labs. Where if you have a lab, you can go try out things and see that you can do it. You are proving to yourself that I can connect these things. I can write some code, and lights starts to blink, and motor is running, and I can hear my music that I wrote, and that is the beginning of things. But the materials for that doesn't cost much. It's about $1,000-$2,000. You can set up a lab in a school. Okay, so cost is one thing. How do you do this in school? So the second part is, you do not need someone who knows all these things. What you're really training the students to do is to do self-learning. My classes, I teach for maybe when I run these workshops, this is for two days. I talk for maybe about an hour for the whole 2 days put together. And my goal is to just show them something and then challenge them. Show them the littlest thing. They say, "Oh, this is how it works." Okay. Keep taking them outside their current comfort zone, just adjacent to it, outside. So they know that it is within reach, but they have never tried this. And they try something. Is that, "Oh, okay, I figured it out." How do you write the 4-line code to turn on an LED, blink an LED? And they may try a few times and fail, and then finally it starts to work. And from there, you start to build on. You're primarily building their confidence to learn. And once you have planted that seed, you can walk away and you can actually give them the hardest problem. They will go figure out things on their own. And the biggest bottleneck that we have in our mind, that we cannot learn on our own. And we believe it so much that belief has to be taken out through building that confidence. So this training is not about a teacher teaching all the things to somebody. And there should be a lot of peer learning going on. If I know something and you know something else, how do I get that help from you and you teach me? And now how do we teach somebody else? And this has to happen within the community. And it has to be, I believe it is very difficult to break into the curriculum today, because schools have set up such hard curricula that we can't even say we are going to change this to something else. Do this outside the curriculum. Do these kind of things outside. So let kid who learns CAD and 3D print and make little mechanical things and starts to understand physics and dynamics and statics and things like that, which they're already learning in class. Currently, we teach them all these science with no context. We know the same problem that my parents got when they were studying physics, and we know how to apply the same formula, get the answer, and we have no idea what it all means. And we passed the exam and we moved on. But we give content without context, and so I just did all these things. I went through it. I have no idea what I learned. So how do you turn this around into a way of learning that you internalize what you learn? Okay, I don't know if I answered your question, but there is next question. Go ahead, Sammy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We have a question from Malcolm in the chat. How to move this process to scale? Do you see regional entrepreneur groups creating the pathway?
No, I don't see. Regional entrepreneurs could be a great catalyst, but this has to work from decision makers within administration, within school systems, who see the value of such a change. And if they see the value, if they can set even the smallest little cell within a school or something and get 10, 20 kids in there and see it grow, and then and then learn from it. And then, of course, you bring in outside even entrepreneurs, designers, musicians to come and talk about their learning and experience. And because we all went through a whole bunch of learning since school, and talk about it and share it with kids to inspire them to look up at these folks. And that is how you pull them and show them that they can do these things. So first thing is there should be buy-in from local companies who want to see next round of employable youth come out from the community. From governments and administration, we spend more money on law enforcement and drug enforcement than on education. Okay, and imagine a fraction of the money if you don't build schools, you're going to build prisons. Okay, so if you don't invest at the early stage, you're going to have a problem late stage where we need to put a lot more money. So this is a simple ROI, return on investment. So you put little money here, this will not only reduce the downside problem, also creates jobs and wealth and transform communities. So, but we kind of stuck in our own ways today, where they say the education system is the second slowest changing system after religion. We are learning the same way our grandfathers learned. And of course now yeah, can you? Okay, I can hear you now. I'm sorry, something happened here, and my phone and all the internet just went off. Okay, I'm back. If there's a question that I can answer, but if there's nothing else, I'm okay. There's a question from Malcolm.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think you got to the heart of my question about the entrepreneurs. I guess the follow-up to that would be, in a world that's been driven probably unfairly and probably to the point of breaking in a lot of situations by entrepreneurship, how do we then maybe get some of that kind of fire out of the entrepreneurs and get it into the school systems, to get those administrators, to get those people that are in charge to have a different concentric view of where the educational system needs to be? Because in my view, especially with the way in what we're seeing in the world, it tends to be the safest bet for a school administrator to take the path of least resistance, not take the path that's ultimately going to get the desired result. So if you have any thoughts on that.
So first part is, as I said in the beginning of the talk, that we are facing this great dropout. So if we do continue the same way, we are going to run into some serious issues. Okay, we are going to lose a generation because that one COVID pandemic created a domino effect of loss of learning, which is going to cause, skills, earning potential, of poverty, to social unrest. You can just take it from that one single thing to far out. So we need to kind of start to think differently at this point. So I don't think we have the luxury of continuing to do what we did before. And as you said, currently schools can continue as is, because you don't, because it may look the safest, but it is not. If we see 40% absenteeism in school, we are in crisis already. And that is where how do we get them out is a question of who's going to inspire them first. That means you could have positive or negative influences in the society. If we do not bring in the positive influence, the negative influence will take power. And then that becomes a larger problem downstream. So it is important to step in and address this, see the problem from top down and address this at a fairly fast pace. And who should do it? It is a little bit of an open thing. Whoever can see where the direction of where we are heading right now. So I don't have a good enough answer, but I'm just setting the situation in front so we can maybe collectively think about how to deal with it. So climate is a huge issue, obviously. Then just about this is on top of the social issues that we talk about when you don't have enough learning and education.
Thank you so much.
You have one more question?
Yeah, I'd love to pass it back to Leandro. I apologize. I kind of moved quickly after he was able to share, so we'd love to hear from you.
That's okay. That's okay. So I wanted to go back to my question, because I feel, for example, like $1,000, $2,000 may not sound like a lot of money, and that may be the case like in developed countries like the United States or other countries, but for developing countries, that's a huge amount, and many communities don't have that to develop a lab in their schools. So, or maybe about the knowledge thing also, like knowing the basics of programming or robotics or engineering. We may not have that neither. So my question was like on the grounds of how can we develop this I don't know, this design thinking in students. How can we foster this entrepreneur without having all those resources? Like, can we do that still? Can we still do that without having a lab, without having
Absolutely.
all the knowledge of computers and 3D CAD, as you were mentioning? That's my question.
So absolutely, you don't need much at all. It is first. What you need first is a bunch of kids who, we can inspire online with whatever materials that they have, who become the core of mentoring others. It has to happen like, you train 10 people, even with limited materials that they have. The 10 people may reach out to 50 kids, and you need to kind of use that ability to have the geometric progression. So it is not the cost of the lab at all. I was sharing my story long back, having born in a little village in India. My starting in this path came with a radio repair guy who showed me what a crystal diode is and how to make a radio with a crystal diode. Okay, and that costs some 10 cents. Okay, and I made that, and then as a kid, and then I started making other things and things I did not even know how to make. When you go look at this magazine, I saw I could make a preamplifier with 2 transistors and 5 resistors, and and then you start to wire up all these kind of things and start to make things like that. And that once you get that ball rolling, then you start to learn. You realize that you can learn. It is not about the technology at all. It is about making you realize that you can learn. And that is the biggest bottleneck that we have in all these schools, where we have taken out any self-learning abilities that they have, because we are spoon-feeding our children with information, and we are asking the same thing to be written in the answer books, and you pass the grade. But we have a teaching system, not a learning system, as our education system today. And how do you transform this is through hands-on. MIT, they call it mindset manners, mind and hand. We need to learn through doing, and I cannot stress it more than that. Your lab could be an origami lab with just paper. Now you start to see 2Ds and 3Ds and volumes and shapes that can come, and you have already started triggering mathematical thinking, in kids. And so you don't really even need a 3D printer or any of these kind of things, but you need to have a mentor who can start this up.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was thinking about that because I'm a teacher assistant. Again, I think he's freezing, right?
And
Rajesh, you're freezing again.
did I hear? Yeah, I'm freezing. Yeah. Okay, now I'm okay. I can hear you.
Yes.
There's something.
So I was telling you, like, I'm a teacher assistant in a school here, and we were doing teaching kids, 3rd graders, about the engineering process and science and all that stuff. And they had to identify the problem and the criteria and how to solve this problem. So we had an idea and told them to build a bridge out of paper and tape. They had a limited amount of paper, and they had a limited amount of tape, and they had to build a bridge to be able to cross a river. And I was thinking about that, and I think, is that enough? Like, is there enough technology there? It's just paper and tape? Is that enough to foster that kind of thinking in kids, or do we need like a lab? Do we need computers and all that stuff?
No.
So that's why I was asking my question.
Yeah, actually, what you're doing is exactly that. You're, take you have the toothpicks, and how do you make a bridge that can take about 5 kgs? Yeah, you are going to try different things. A lot of them are going to fail. And at the end of it, you have the ability to see that I can solve this problem. I have learned things on my own, on forces and moment and, all these kind of things, which is basically physics that you're learning. And that's a stepping stone. Now you can take it to the next level. So don't think that you need to have technology at all. You don't need, and that is a primary thing. I'm not teaching them technology. I'm teaching them self-confidence, self-learning skills, and that can be taught with very little things.
Thank you so much.
And write to me. I'd love to hear from you, if you have questions. Anything else, Sammy?
Would you mind sharing your email in the chat in case anybody
Sure, yeah.
reach out to you? Thank
Yeah.
you, Leandra. That was a beautiful question.
There was a question from Tanya. I think it may be worth for Rajesh to take. Could you read it for him, maybe? Yeah.
Absolutely. There's two from Tanya. So one is, how do you design the classes proactively and positively for different learning styles and capabilities, including setbacks of attitudes, such as with girls in their communities? What are your learnings with the educational ecosystems, and especially with teachers and adults who are blocked by their curricula?
So let me start from the bottom. When I did this research, I went into some schools and asked the teachers to be the mentors. And what I found is that they are so overloaded with work, and putting one more thing on top of them, they could not do. It was hard for them to do. And second part is that our idea of a teacher is somebody who gives us information. It should be somebody who gives us inspiration. It is very different. A teacher writes on the board and we all copy it down, and the information has come in, but we haven't even started. The teaching has happened, but the learning hasn't. So there is a power distance that we kind of see between student teacher, because the student teacher has to know everything to teach us. And that thinking stopped many of the teachers I was working with to teach something new. Like, they don't know coding, they don't know any of these things, and how do I feel the confidence to stand in front of a class and teach all these things? And my answer to that is, you're a mentor. If a student says that, how do you do it? Your answer should be, I don't know either. Let's actually go figure it out together. And changing the way we act with the student. And so the moment we have to show that we know everything that we're going to teach, that's a limitation now in our thinking. And so for that, instead of asking the teachers to do that, I took young adults who are unemployed and asked them to come into the class and just sit there and let them ask questions. Okay, let me Google it together. They started learning on their own. So I was not teaching, they were not teaching, they were all learning together. But it needs that. Oh my God, the mic is still. Can you hear me? It's good.
Yeah, it was a little choppy. We can hear you though.
Yeah. Okay. I have no idea why this is happening. And okay. Okay. So there was another question. I said I lost all the question trail. So you may have to ask the question again one more time.
The question within the question.
So first thing is to solve the problem with. Yeah. Second. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the second one was, what are your learnings with the educational ecosystems, and especially with teachers and adults who are blocked by their curricula?
A teacher who's supposed to cover so much material to prepare the kid for a final exam, who needs to write and clear the board exam, is overloaded with making that exact thing happen, rather than to see how does the kid learn something outside. Okay, so we also have different kinds of learning. We only service the primary way of kids with primary ways of learning. So there is visual thinking. There is somebody I can listen and I can write down. And that's a standard way some kids learn. I was not that. I almost didn't even clear my high school because I could not sit in class and listen to any of these things, because I could not understand that what is not deducible. Math and physics are deducible because I can start from one point and build upon it. History and literature and things like that are not deducible, so I kind of lost track of it. That was my way of learning. There were other people who learn in different ways. But we primarily service the primary learning model, where I write, you repeat, and hopefully you understand. And And if you can prepare enough to write the exam, you can do that. And some of us can game the system and do really well without even them not actually learning. They have actually gone through the system. They can write the exam and good grades, but learning still may not have happened the way we expected. But hands-on learning is a very different story. How do we teach teachers to create projects? So, for example, how do we, for the physics teacher and the history teacher come together and say, we're teaching about Vikings and I'm teaching about flotation physics and buoyancy. Let's put together a project for them to learn to create a boat or a ship that the Vikings used to do. So they need to go do all the research on Vikings and what kind of materials were there, what they made the ships with. On the other side, we need to figure out things and how a boat floats, okay, and make something. So this becomes a combined project where you start to learn both. Today I learned about Vikings, which has no deducible element in it, and I can understand physics, but I cannot understand history. Okay, and how do you combine things like this, where we can bring out new ways of learning through projects? And these projects don't need to have any electronics or any of those kind of things. But how do you bring in that quest for learning, the curiosity through these kind of interesting things? Okay, so there was a third question I forgot. I'm already losing my train of thought. Okay.
There was one more from Tanya. Have we as a humanity bought into education having to be expensive to be valuable?
Again, we are currently focusing on education, but not learning. Okay, and education is valuable. I'm talking costly. Learning should not be. And today, when I was growing up, if I had a question in physics when I was in school, I had one person in the whole school in my village who could answer the question in the way he understood, several years back. So that was the only reference I had, and we all learned exactly what he said. Today, if I have a question in physics, I can figure 15 different ways of learning the same concept on the net right now. Professors from so many different universities have talked about this. So information is so free. Learning is absolutely free today, which we did not have those things earlier. Now the question is, how do you build that curiosity in the child to go figure it out? And that needs a little bit of hand holding and mentoring. So we need to kind of build that up, and after that, let the kid go learn. And today the process is, as an adult or a teacher, it is to inspire the child to learn, not to give information at all.
Thank you so much. We have another question from John in the chat. Do assumptions on the part of universities of what is necessary to implement this model an impediment to its implementation, just as the conditioning on children can hold them back from realizing their potential?
So universities, if you look at the university as a company, as a factory that makes products, your student is the product and your customer is the higher education institutions or your employees who are going to hire them. Today, all customers are complaining about the product quality of the products that are coming out. We all have worked in companies, and we take a fresh graduate, and so I almost need to retrain the person to think differently, because universities have not taught them how to figure out things on their own, or even to work in teams, and the several things that we have. Today, if universities were a company, they would go out of business because our products are not meeting the customer's needs. Okay, but universities have captive customers. So it doesn't matter what they put out, we have to take them, and that is changing today, because today employers are saying, I don't need to see your transcript. Show me your skills. What can you do? And I'll hire you, because that's all I want you to do. Now, this is putting a huge pressure on universities. There was a study which was done, close to a third of the universities may go out of business in the next 20 years, because education has become so expensive, and employers are not looking for your transcripts and such. They just want you to show the skills, and skills are free to learn, which is already out there. I can go learn. Now, if putting these three things together, if instead of putting out $200,000 for a 4-year degree, I can learn anything I want with that money and get a high-paying job without a student loan. Now, under these conditions, the universities need to start to rethink what are they putting out. So they need to change the way. It is not the subjects, because all the universities and schools are almost over 20 years behind the industry. What the industry needs today, universities may start offering 10 years from now. What is offered today was what industry badly wanted 10 years before. Now, so they are always behind. So it is not the curriculum that is important. It is the critical thinking, ability to learn, and problem-solving skills. Those kind of things could be taught in so many different ways. And we believe if I graduate as an accountant, that I have to be an accountant for the rest of my life. And that is not true at all. I believe an undergrad degree is a language to think, a language to model. So any problems require some kind of mental modeling, and we don't have a good mental modeling tool in our mind. As an electrical engineer, I think of problems as circuits. Things move, things stop, things collect, capacitors, resistors, voltages, current, and you can model it. If you're a finance major, you can think in terms of interest and cash flow and things like that. We need kind of create a model to think. We all have a model to think. And undergrad degree primarily is to build a model to think. And now if you know how to model something, you can go learn anything. It is not that, just because I did mechanical engineer, I need to be a mechanical engineer for the rest of my life. So we also kind of push the thinking that now that you're an accountant, that is your whole future. Or now that you're a mechanical engineer, that's your whole future. That is not at all. So universities are going to. I don't know if I answered the question. I think I rambled on a little bit. So I don't know if I answered the question. I forgot what the question was. So I don't know if I made sense. I'm sorry. So I know these are. I'm very passionate about it, because I've gone and seen students, youth, and children in rural schools to schools like MIT, and I see no difference in their abilities. Two major things that change them. One is what were the prior exposure in things that build their qualities and confidence and such. Second is what are the ecosystem that the university offers for them to do things on their own, to fly from there. If you do not offer these two things, university is not actually doing much more. And that's why from the old model of thinking. And I'd love to hear a pushback. I would like to hear your thoughts on this, because this is a very important topic, at least to me. Because when you do a system modeling of what could happen to universities, it is true. If the need is not there, if the demand is not there, universities are going to suffer downstream.
Thank you so much. We have another question. What are your thoughts about Socratic seminars? From Carrie, she says, I'm bringing it in so the kids are talking instead of me. It is challenging though, since some of them are shy or reluctant to talk.
So the Socratic method primarily is through questions on, why does it happen? This is if something happens. So as I said, I want my students to fail. When things fail, instead of me going and saying, well, that's what you have to fix, I make them analyze the system. It doesn't matter if it's a line of code or if it is anything else. When I'm thinking in terms of business, why did this business fail? And they're expecting me to spoon feed an answer, and that may or may not be correct to start with. But how do you make them think and analyze and come back and say, yeah, this is what I feel. This is the point where things failed. When things work, you have no idea why things worked. When things fail, you know exactly why things failed. And that is a way to learn. And if things are not failing, that means we are just being lucky. If something worked in the first shot, you have no idea why it worked, and you don't know how to optimize it or reduce it, make it efficient, because you don't know all the elements that could go are necessary and could fail. The Socratic thing of questioning them over and over, for them to understand and analyze the why things failed and why things did not work, is a way for them to learn things so much better. I don't know if, Carrie, if I answered that. If you have a different take on the Socratic thing, please speak up. Because I'd love to hear your thought.
Thank you for answering my questions. I think a lot of our educators are frustrated with the current system. I feel like we do need to teach a content, especially in science.
Yeah.
I cannot teach about, atomic structure without being the sage on stage, explaining what make up an atom. But I also want the students to engage enough where they do care. Well, then why do we need hydrogen? Why do we need, why do we, right now with electric vehicles, right? Is it a better sustainable option because we are mining lithium, and lithium is not necessarily the best element because we're also polluting the environment.
Yep.
I just feel like there's a lot of mixed messages that we're giving to the kids. And I personally feel like I'm confused myself, especially right now with, so many different scientific informations, especially with the James Webb Telescope, is how do we teach our kids to think innovatively, right, outside the box, but also have a good grasp of how do we make our planet sustainable? So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to be long-winded.
No. You're precisely on topic. So even if you're talking about electric vehicles, can we just write the word electric vehicles and say, what are the first round of things that come to your mind? And let them talk about no gas to learning to motors and electric, whatever, and then go one more level deeper. What do you mean if it runs on battery? So dig deep into battery. No gas, dig deep into that. So they start to. We normally only see the first order of things. We normally see maybe the second order of things. We normally cannot see anything beyond that. How do you make them think beyond what you see here? And then what are the implications of things, that actions, materials that are involved in each of these steps? And you can actually draw a tree on a whiteboard and have discussions on every single node of it to see, to trigger the thinking in multi-disciplinary fashion. It could go into politics, it could go into finance, every single point go into all the technology and people and climate and all kinds of things. And suddenly you realize that no topic is just by itself. Everything is so interconnected. And this, discovering these connections is the first level of systems thinking, of connecting all these kind of things together. And you take any topic, each day, if you take them 15 minutes of this kind of a thinking experience, you start to realize that, what you see is not by itself. There is a whole bunch of things behind it, and each one has its own pluses and minuses and impacts. You can talk about AI and such. So that would be a very interesting analytical way of approaching some of these kind of thoughts. And if you, on top of it, if you layer a climate filter on top of it, at every what are the climate impact of actions on every single part of the decisions and materials and technologies and such. I think that would be very, very valuable learning for these kids, just to figure this out on themselves through discussions.
Thank you. Yes, it was last year we actually had a whole unit on ocean acidification, and that's where the EV discussion really came in handy.
Yeah.
But recently I also brought the point where they, need to connect through history, and I actually had surveyed the students on what are their beliefs. And I teach chemistry, so I asked them, how did the universe begin? Where do we come from? And this is actually a very, when you talked about how to get them to talk and how do we get them to engage, I could tell you half of my students believe in evolution, and half of them actually believe that God created Earth in 7 days and 7 nights. So this is quite a bit of a dangerous field
Yes.
for educators, and I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, especially in this political climate, how do you navigate those kind of differences, without causing all kinds of problems? Yeah, so a lot of these things are we created the problem for ourselves. Education as something that is, again, back to the exploratory learning abilities, and we have already nail them down to this is the only thing, this is exactly how things work, and don't have to go look anywhere else. And you have killed their exploratory nature of learning, saying the answer is already clear from thousands of years, and you don't need to learn that. That is an issue, but I would just leave it as is.
Thank you so much, Carrie and Rajesh. We have time for one more question. So John asks, how do we optimally motivate universities to proactively seek out educational offerings such as yours and incentivize them to fully integrate this information into their organizational models?
Okay. So the first thing, I have been talking to universities, and the question I ask is that, what is the value to you, to a university, if you see 20, 30 startups come out every year that hire 3,000, 4,000 people a year, that creates millions of dollars of revenue per year? What is the value to a university? MIT creates about 400, 500 startups a year. About 250 or so through official channel, other 250 through dormitory, kids starting companies in their dorm rooms, like, Dropbox and companies like that. Most of them fail, but the failure creates an entrepreneur, not an enterprise. And the entrepreneur suddenly realizes, oh my God, I never thought I could do a startup at all. My first startup failed, but I realized that I could actually manage 80% of it. Now I need to learn the other 20%. So that I can go back and start again. This process of training these entrepreneurs changed just the value of the university. I can also tell you there is zero difference between the kids that go to any of these colleges. It is the university that makes a difference, an ecosystem that makes a difference. So you could create a Stanford or a MIT out of any university if you can start to implement these kind of self-learning skills, problem-solving skills, entrepreneurship skills as an environment and an ecosystem within the school, and something that they promote so they can go out and do things. I believe the value to universities would be far more than just curriculum and degrees. And so I think you need to start with that on one side. Other side is that with so many dropouts happening in schools and such, we are going to see a problem of lack of demand for degrees coming from the other end. So if you do not change, you're a sitting duck.
Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up with one last question from Fiston because it's so brilliant. He asks, curious what emerges when we put the teacher into the learner's context and the learner at the teacher's seat, exploring the learning curve of indoctrination versus education. While learning is multifactorial, I am grappling with the concepts of inspiration versus education in this rapidly growing era. How do we navigate the teacher-learner's frameworks deficit and develop an environment that alters the conventional opinion of learning?
Wow, that's a great question. I actually, do you want to come and talk more about it online? You just turn on your mic and so say a little bit more, Kristen?
He was sharing that he's in a place that's very loud right now. So,
okay.
Yeah, circle back with him. I want to hear more too.
Yeah, I've love to hear his thoughts. The question is fairly deep, and so how do we navigate the teacher-learner framework? And as I said today, teachers like the source of information. And that source of information today, I can go find 100 different sources of information for free. Now, this teacher has one way of looking at solving, explaining something. I can go find 10 different ways of explaining the thing somewhere outside. And that is the challenge that so in this day and age, a teacher is not someone who offers information, but as I said, someone who offers inspiration to learn. And that change is real today. And that is causing all the other downside market changes like need for degrees and skills and all these kind of things. At this point, I can also understand the dilemma a teacher is in. What do I do? The world is changing around me, and I'm a teacher. How do I have pressure from one side to finish the curriculum and make the X number of students graduate and clear the exam, while the things are changing on the other side. It is a hard position at this point. Even the universities, schools, and the teachers are in that same situation. I think this is a much deeper discussion. I don't have an answer to any of these things, but I'm just saying that these are discussion points that we need to take a look at to address today's learning challenges.
Thank you so much, Rajesh, and thank you everyone for participating. It's been such a rich conversation, and there's so many brilliant people online right now. So it takes all of us to bring our ideas and thoughts together to make change. And Rajesh, would you be okay with sharing your email address? I have it in the chat here.
Yeah.
For anyone who has additional questions.
Please do. Please send me an email. I shared that. I shared it already, isn't it? I think is it still there?
Yes, I just put it back in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Rajesh.
Thank
It was a wonderful presentation and discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right. Looks like I got muted there. Tracy, if you could bring our slides back up, we'll continue. Thank you so much. We also just want to say that everyone's ideas and thoughts have been incredibly brilliant in the chat, and we're creating these workshops ongoing. So our next event is going to be January 13th, and we invite everyone to participate in the building of these events. The goal is to have, hundreds of these workshops going on simultaneously all over the globe so that we can expand free global education. As well as if you'd like to make a donation, you can scan the QR code and it will take you to our donation page. So thank you so much. And if you would like to collaborate with us and participate in building these workshops, Megan's going to place the email in the chat that you can go ahead and contact. Thank you so much. All right, so I would like to introduce our next speaker, Michael Robbins. He's the co-founder of Learning Path Makers in Washington, D.C., where he's championing and democratizing learning ecosystem leading to representative digital governance, helping teens take charge of learning, data, and AI. Michael kickstarted District of Learning in 2015 with MacArthur Foundation, fostering a tech-powered learning ecosystem in DC. He evolved it into Learning Path Makers with Cecily Darden during the pandemic, charting a brighter future for learning and digital society. He has 30 years as a social entrepreneur from grassroots to the White House. He's helped steer community engagement and digital education transformation under President Obama. He collaborated with a spectrum of leaders, mayors, educators, and corporate executives. Michael wrote his first computer program in 6th grade on a TRS-80 Model 12 to create Dungeons and Dragons characters. Level 53, Paladin, Human, Light Armor, and Neural Good. He's been online before the web was a thing. Michael was born in Huntsville, Alabama, the son of a fighter pilot engineer and a creative artist. Michael holds a liberal arts degree with a focus on global peace. He has a dual master's degree, accenting cross-sectoral leadership and social entrepreneurship. Recent studies in AI and public theology are also a focus for him. His presentation is going to be on advocacy through AI. So without further ado, we welcome you, Michael, to come on and share your presentation with us. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks too for our last presenter there. It was really fantastic to hear not only the presentation, but the conversation. And I think that, I was madly shifting my slides around and doing some things to respond to this, because I think that this really builds into what we're talking about. For those of you who are interested in staying connected, the bio there that was read was in my LinkedIn profile. My teen son calls LinkedIn Facebook, but for even older people, which hurts and is not. I mean, no lies detected there, right? It's pretty true. So, but that's kind of my working space and collaboration space as well. So, we're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about technology, and it's important to know that all of this stuff is connected. And I'm going to bounce back and forth a little bit. You'll have to bear with me on the tech because I'm not quite sure that this is going to work perfectly, but that's where we are with technology. But before I do this, I just want to know, in the chat, if you could put, if you've experimented with Chat GPT, would you put a C in the chat? Okay, we got a few folks that are doing with this. Does anyone want to share what they've been doing with that, either to come off mute or to put in the chat or both? What have you been using it for? We can raise hands. Lesson.
Like to help me synthesize information.
Yeah, I found that it's really helpful to explain complex things. And I'm working with a group of middle schoolers, and so I'll work on, I'll put some information that I have and ideas I have, and then have ChatGPT add to it, and then say, okay, explain this to a fifth grader. And the output it gives is really, really fantastic. Building on this, is there anyone? So we have synthesis of large information sets. Absolutely. One of the great things, I was talking on a podcast with parents for education success about AI, and one of the challenges we face, and we talked a little bit about this in this last presentation, is that schools have a mandate to teach X, right? And I have a group of students I was working with, and I asked them, like, when's the last time somebody asked you what you wanted to learn or how you wanted to learn it? And this one ninth grader, Sylvie, just looks at me and shakes her head and says, Mr. Mike, that's not even funny, right? I mean, but AI has the power to change that. It already is for me. It's like, okay, the school needs to teach this, but the student wants to learn this. Like, how can I, and you literally just plug those two things. How do they want to learn X, right? And it's, really interesting, a calculator like that. I'm wondering too, is anyone using the image generation programs, things like Ideogram or Midjourney? Put an M in the chat if you're using one of the image. Great. Those are some other things too. We're going to see this next week, that the newest version of ChatGPT is going to incorporate DALL-E, DALL-E. And this will bring image creation directly into ChatGPT. We're going to see an explosion of this stuff because it's all built on this, what they call foundation models. I'm going to try to share some of these technical terms to help you be kind of technical insiders on this. If I am getting too far afield, Megan, Shakri, please just hit me in the chat and say you're losing them, okay? Because I am a complete nerd, right? But I tell you, I'm leading an AI club this semester for middle school students, and it's been really fascinating. It's really been an amazing opportunity to break this down in ways that's understandable and accessible. But I want to go back to some of the questions we had about where do we fit this stuff in, right? There was these questions in this last discussion about like schools have a particular mission. Teachers are overwhelmed, right? They're just getting their footing after the pandemic, right? And now this AI thing has come along. Where do we fit something new into this? Well, this is what I want to get to in our conversation, because there are kind of two general hypotheses. One is that we need to focus on what individuals can do differently. What you can do differently if you have a new set of understandings, a different set of tools, and a different mindset in order to be able to approach this, right? What does empowerment of the individual look like? Because then what happens is that we can make change in the institutions that we're a part of, and we can make new institutions that better serve us. And so what I want to get at here is, in this conversation, just some idea generators. We'll only scratch the surface on some of these, but I want to kind of show you some of the things that we're working with. And I know from talking with the team that this is probably not our last conversation, that we'll have ways to collaborate and communicate as we go forward. So I'm going to start here with the share screen here and go to my PowerPoint. I'm not going to do presenter mode just because I find this is easier. And I want to go to a quotation that I put in the chat in response to some of the things we were talking about. If you see me looking back and forth, I have two screens here. So this is what I'm kind of doing here. If we dive deep enough, we'll find that there are very few elements at the base, the root causes, which through cause and effect connections are governing the whole system. This is from a well-known kind of business self-help author, Eli Goldratt, from his book, The Choice. But it gets to this, problem that I've been working through is that as we look at these complex challenges, as we look at our polycrisis, right? Global climate change being front and center in that. We have a number of crises that are intertwined. We have a crisis in our economic systems that don't work for people. We have a crisis in government. We have crisis in education, right? And so I've been on this quest in many ways for 30 years, certainly in the last 10, really intensely over the last 3 to figure out what are some of the root causes, right? Because we have to understand these causes for us to be able to act on those and to build different solutions. So I want to show you an initiative that I launched, this is mentioned in the introduction, in Washington, D.C., with the MacArthur Foundation and local partners back in 2014. And this is called District of Learning. I'm going to try to just put this short video in the screen share here. Let's see, advanced video. All right, I'll just talk through, instead of showing the video, I'll just talk through what we were doing. And I'll go back to our slides here.
If there's a way we can access it, we could try to play it on our end.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm going to go back here. I'll just talk about this. So the work that we were doing with District of Learning is recognizing that schools can't and shouldn't have to go it alone, right? That they can't be the center of the learning universe. Like Copernicus, who, figured out that, the Earth was not the center of the universe. He got us part of the way there, right? With this heliocentric model, where the sun realized that the sun is the center of the universe. So schools are not the center of the learning universe. Learning happens, particularly purpose-driven learning, happens across school and community and digital environments. And so how can we recognize that and turn entire communities into a campus for learning? That was the mission of the MacArthur Foundation Cities of Learning Initiative and our work here in Washington, D.C. with what we call District of Learning, which was our iteration here in Washington, D.C. And what we used as a mechanism for this is really important because it gets to this idea of data ownership. In data ownership, the term that Jerome Lanier coined is data dignity, which I like because it takes a much broader term. It's that we have a right to not have our information exploited. We have a right to privacy and security. And these are things that, because of the fundamental imbalance in the way that the internet was created, we haven't been able to claim for a long time. And so we have kind of these parallel problems that are going on. I talked about these root causes, right? We have on the web, we have a system that puts all the power in the hands of platforms. In our communities with learning, we have a system that puts all the power in the hands of schools. And so how do we look at a solution that gets to both and boil this down to some fundamental issues around this term learner agency, like how effective we feel about making an impact in our own lives. And then efficacy, which is how we feel about making an impact in our community and society as a whole, right? So how do we get at these kind of problems of agency and efficacy from the point of being able to share our own stories, right? We struggle, and certainly the systems that exist on the internet, they're telling our stories for profit. Schools are telling our stories for their own accountability purposes, right? We might get diplomas that can help us tell it somewhat, but not really. Nobody hands a diploma to somebody and says, hey, look, this is who I am, right? And so what we started with District of Learning was this idea of digital badges. And a badge, you may have seen these displayed places. There's a common open badges standard. Each badge shows what a learner did to earn the badge. The evidence of the learning can be tagged in the badge. It can be linked to standards. And it's just a way for us to make authentic learning count no matter where or when it happens. And in a world where we have all this data in educational systems about young people, this is something that they can own, right? It's not a test score, right? It's not a diploma, which is really, it's not something in Power School or whatever system your school's using. It's something that you can keep and own. And now we worked on this for 5 years and had a lot of successes and a lot more challenges. And what we figured out is that there's things that were missing that we had to build into this. And I'll get to that in a minute. And then along the way, we discovered that there's a lot more exciting things going on with technology. And I love this, quote from the hockey great Wayne Gretzky, right? You can't skate to where the puck is now. You have to skate to where the puck is going. And so part of this is a little bit of kind of future thinking about how do we skate? How do we help others also come with us to where the puck's going on technology? Because during the pandemic, this chasm was widening, right? What we saw is that our inability to cultivate agency and ownership of learning was on full display. Over 1 million students in the US alone just kind of disappeared off the map. And technology, it just kept racing ahead, right? And so we had students stuck in Zoom schools, which is like the worst of tech and the worst of school combined a lot of times. And so, this future started racing ahead. On top of it, technology itself is pulling us apart. In many ways, it's being used to pull us apart for profit through hyper-personalization. And so we started looking at technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality, and this idea that augmented reality is a technology that could bring us together, right, in a community, rather than virtual reality, which could pull us apart into different parts of the metaverse. And looking at how can focusing our technology future on learning actually bring us together. There was a comment in the chat earlier, and I'm not looking at the chat now because I'm on screen share, but it said about teachers as learners, right? We all teach, we all learn, we all support the learning of others. It is our learning DNA. It literally brings us together as humans, right? We are created as social beings and have evolved this way. The way technology has mutated that has been damaging, and we need to re-embody this in important ways. And we'll talk about how we can do that. But by focusing on these commonalities, on these things that unify us, we can build a different future, not just for learning, but also for technology. And so during the pandemic, we evolved District of Learning into Learning Pathmakers. It was to both respond to our education equity crisis and to end this big chasm that was growing. And so 3.5 years ago, we started looking at what was happening with AI. this stuff, for those of us who've been working in technology, the new round of tools, we knew this was coming. We didn't think it'd get here this fast or be this good. And now we have a lot of work. But the fortunate thing is now people can see it. They know what we've been dealing with all along in the background, algorithms and platforms, right? Now we have words to it. Now we have images to it. So how can we look at this future? We talk about these 4 technologies for elements of digital society. Data is water, Web3 is earth, AI is fire, and XR is air. And this is an analogy I'm using with our middle school students. We're going to be building some stuff around this I'll get back to in the presentation. But how do we look at these and chart a different pathway? We're really, really good at saying, okay, things should be different than they are now. We're really good at protesting about it, right? We think youth voice is being heard, right? When what we should be focusing on is being understood and understanding each other, because that's the basis for governance, and governance is the basis for change, okay? So instead of just thinking about visions of the future, it's how do we think about pathways? That's hence the name Learning Pathmakers. What do we do first, right? In the face of all this overwhelm with global climate change and everything else, where do we start? Okay, that's what we've been charting a pathway to do, is figuring out where we start, and then how can this bring us together to chart this different pathway into the future. I want to take just a quick break, mostly because I see the chat filling up. And I have other slides because I want to get to the solution space here. I've done a lot of outlining problems in history, but at this point, and can we just, if we can, take people off mute and who are asking questions, and have them ask directly if they feel comfortable?
Yeah, we do have a question in the chat from John. How can we protect our personal data in a situation of ever more sophisticated AI that is operating covertly and proactively taking data and accumulating it without our awareness of what is being collected and how it is being used to affect us without our realizing it? And then there's also a question from him as well, how to retain agency in this predatory corporate feeding dynamic and ungoverned information feeding system.
This is a great segue. Let me actually use this to segue back to a screen share on some slides I used with our middle school AI club earlier this week. And this is getting back to what I talked about, like this fundamental imbalance of the web, right? And these root causes, many of them are invisible. One of the root causes of what we're experiencing now, with a crisis of capitalism, with a crisis of democracy, and a crisis of environmental catastrophe, goes back to the way the web was created. I know that sounds really kind of overly simplistic, but Web 2 in the late 90s, some of us were around then and working on this. We had what we call the dot-com boom. And what enabled the dot-com boom was a change in the way that the web was created, the World Wide Web, which sits on top of the internet. The internet is the actual technical infrastructure. The web is the platforms and systems that exist on top of this. And so what it did is it created these technical specifications for what they call state. And it's what allowed the systems to know that you and a particular website were interacting with each other. This was the advent of usernames and passwords and cookies, right? Which, people said, oh, now we can do more than just see how many people have been looking at our website. Now we can use it to sell things to people, right? And those usernames and passwords don't belong to us, actually. They're on loan. Right? If you think about Web 2 is a library, right? And what we need to move to is a diary. So this promise, what we've seen when you hear people talk about Web3, and there's bits and pieces of this that have bubbled up because people are just, their first thing is like, how can we make money off this? And a lot of people, how do we scam people on it, right? Cryptocurrency. But these features of Web3, as they're calling it, are in fact revolutionary. They will allow us to exist on the internet without being tied to a particular platform, what we call self-sovereign identity. It'll allow us to own our data independently of any platform or system, right? And so what we have right now is a web that was supposed to be democratic, but in fact, it's an oligarchy. It's built on authoritarian models. That you have these empires, which we have to go back to medieval times to see the kind of power that's been concentrated in the authority structures that exist. Emperor Constantine would blush at the power of Jeff Bezos. And it goes back to the fact that the platforms have all the power. And so instead of having customer to customer in business terms, right, C to C, what we end up is C to B to C, where B controls the transaction and skims profits, and we don't have any power or rights, right? Uber, Amazon, Etsy, PayPal, all this stuff, right? That's the empires of Web 2. We can move to Web 3, and what Web 3 is really about, because we've been looking at decentralization, it's not enough to build decentralization. We've been trying to do that in a lot of different ways in education by like hacking your own education pathways. We've been trying to do that with the web in many ways, and with this first wave of Web3. And anarchy is decentralized. Decentralization runs right back to authoritarianism as people concentrate powers. The hedge against this is we have to create governance. We have to create democracy. And so when I use this as an analogy with the AI Club, I was like, okay, your school right now in this classroom, who has all the power? They're like, you do. I'm like, right. Number one, I'm glad you recognize that, because as middle schoolers, that comes in handy a lot of times. But that's not the way that I want the class to run. It's certainly not the way that we want education to run. So how do we think about something differently, right? And so we talked about the kinds of things that we need to do to create a different level of governance. And recognizing that governance starts with some basic rights, right? And so this is where I may get a bit far afield, but just kind of bear with me. I'd like to share a little bit about political theory and political philosophy. And so let's go back to John Locke. John Locke said, we have these natural rights, okay? John Locke said these rights were life, liberty, and property. Now, he had a very narrow and Western conception of what these are, right? They were very individualistic. He also said that he should own the property that his slave has collected, right? That's the kind where we were on this at this level. But this is what was embedded in the U.S. Constitution is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? We have certain unalienable rights that are given to us by the Creator. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These fundamental natural rights have been denied us by Web 2. Web 3 will allow us to change that. And so how do we rethink about what it means to claim our rights as citizens? And so instead of life, liberty, and property, and I could talk a lot more about this, I won't delve too into this, maybe for another follow-up conversation. But instead of life, liberty, property, if we think about integrity and opportunity and regeneration. And then when we are able to claim citizenship, which nobody can claim your citizenship for you, right? They can't create some digital tool that'll do this. We can't build democracy with voting machines. It's that people have to learn about this to be able to claim these. We have to co-create democracy with people, not for them. That once we are able to claim these new rights, this new self-empowerment, as you will, then we can actually build a new generation of platforms and systems in our technology world, but also in our real world, that are embedded with the kinds of representation and accountability and justice that has gotten far away from us. Right? We've had this vision of government. We'll just take American government as an example, with these three institutions of, legislative, executive, and judicial. They're not working. They've failed us. And they've failed us with the climate crisis. Every government around the world has failed us with the climate crisis, right? So it's not that we don't know what the problem is, it's that we haven't been able to organize ourselves in a way that we can solve it. Okay. And that's where it's a little bit difficult for me to explain. ChatGPT helps me with this sometimes. But that's where we have to look back at like these fundamental rights, and starting with claiming our data, this issue of data dignity. As we look at these complex problems, data dignity is at the root of this. And so we've been working with a set of schools here in DC to pilot this work, a team that includes one of the finalists for National Teacher of the Year, because I can talk theory all the time, but we have to make it very tangible for people. And what we're leading with is we had this Learning Pathmakers expedition that we did over the last 3 years, which looked at these set of steps that we needed to fill in some of the gaps on the human side that were impeding our progress for district learning. And then looking at this whole new range of technology tools that we have available at our disposal to create a learning ecosystem that also then becomes the way that people can learn about these technologies. And what we've narrowed in on is this issue of owning your learning story, right? We have this gap that exists right now between the way that we experience learning and the way that we're expected to tell our story. This slide here just looks at kind of one model on each side. On the left-hand side here is David Kolb's experiential learning cycle. My shorthand for that is do it, did what, so what, now what, right? It's just the way that learning happens. Purpose-driven learning happens. And then on the other side, we see this STAR framework, which like Amazon and other companies use for interviewing, which is, okay, tell me about a situation that you faced. What was the task at hand? What did you do? What was the result? Situation, task, action, result. We were trying to use badges with District of Learning to bridge this gap, but what we realized is we needed something even more fundamental, and that's where we've developed this framework for what we call DOTES. DOTES, short for anecdotes. It combines the earliest way that we tell our stories for learning, which is show and tell. Then we science it up a little bit with observe and explore, right? And this is, we're working with the middle schoolers now to work through and have them craft their DOTES, because, learning happens everywhere and we need a framework to be able to tell it. And if this framework is in a particular format, then that becomes a story that we can hold on to in a very important way. It's one that we're using as a basis to build basically a public utility, an operating system for data dignity and data governance. And so imagine these different pieces: do, observe, tell, explore. Do is just like a header. Observe is like just that, like what went well. It's a text field. Tell is another text field, so is explore. And then show is a multimedia object, right? It could be a picture, it could be a video, it could be the code that you wrote, it could be the robot that you created. Now, is this, some authoritative credential? No. But when you start to assemble these stories with AI, now we can use it to mix and remix our stories to retell them in all sorts of amazing ways. And so if we put these DOTES as entries in a learning ledger into data backpacks, then this becomes something that is a new future for building learning ecosystems, a new basis for governance, a new basis for generative AI, what we call all these foundation models who've gotten their data from unpermissioned sources all over the web, and a new platform for Web3. The next few slides are just some framing that we do with the Middle School AI Club, which may spur some ideas or conversation. There are also things that we've been developing, which is thinking about our DOTs in 3 categories as character, excellence, and service. If you think about these as these DOTs as like fruit on your tree, right? And then if we think about those trees as in fact identries, these being virtual storyboards for learning in Web3 and the metaverse, like you can use these DOTs, and this is what we're doing with the Middle School AI Club, is we're actually helping them learn about this by building their own chatbots that tell their learning stories, like learning by doing, actually to claim data dignity. And then these identries, become your representation, that your avatar is your fashion statement, but your identry tells your story. And, ideally, it would have been great if I could have started one of these when I was 13, like they are, right? But the 2 best times to plant a tree are, 20 years ago or now. And so for young people of today to be able to securely connect their learning stories, and then also have a platform, as you see in this slide here, that when we build this around learning stories, then we can take all this data that you have about you and these other sources, and we can migrate it over to that same platform. So that instead of all this information being in, a mishmash of Power School and whatnot, and who knows what they're doing with it, that you can control this, because that becomes the basis for how we control AI. Okay, and this is just a little bit of a conceptual leap. AI works because it's been trained on data. Owning our learning stories is, owning our data is how we tell our story for success in school and work and life. Owning our learning data is how we learn about data ownership. Let me just say that again. Owning our data is how we tell our story for school and work and life. Owning our learning data is how we learn about data ownership. So this is the place for experiential learning to claim the power of data dignity, right? And then once we do that, then we're working with a team of collaborators across the globe in education and technology and civic society to build these operating systems, this platform for DOTs. We're working with the middle schoolers because they need to lead the way. And this is a group of low income, mostly Black and brown students in Washington, D.C., who keep me on my toes every day. But we also know that where this has to go is not in curriculum, is not in something that requires an expensive computer lab in a school, or even more than a handheld device. What it's got to go to is a XR community-wide game to help young people take charge of technology and learning at the same time. And that's where we are getting into this game we're developing called Digents. And we're still in early stage, but this goes back to this idea of these elements being earth, air, fire, water, working with the students on the game design, because ultimately what we need to build is to bring people together through learning to create a world that belongs to all of us. And by starting with this core foundation of data dignity, it gets at things that people need right now. We can't just solve for the future. We have to solve for now in a way that also solves for the future. So data dignity helps us build AI that we can control. As we can control our AI, then this gives us an opportunity where instead of just relying on what these like ChatGPT, it's called large language models. So what we can get is like ecosystem specific and community-based community language models, where we have AI that brings together people in a particular community with what they know, augmented by technology, to solve specific problems, right? So if we think about this as enabling ecosystems, I know that I just covered a ton of ground. I see the questions piling up in the chat and comments in the chat. I just see the notifications that I have. There's 21 of them I haven't even looked at yet, but I'll do stop share, and then we can go to questions and ideas from here.
Would anyone like to speak in their questions?
Please, someone else talk other than me.
Mohini, if you'd like to share.
Hi, thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, I guess my question, I don't know how relevant it is, but something that comes up for me a lot when hearing about AI is just the idea, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but that AI exists and kind of operates under the consensus that it's using existing knowledge. And something that comes up a lot in my work is that oftentimes, because of human error, that knowledge is biased or is a perpetuant of inequality. And yeah, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are in AI being a tool for liberation and justice in that context.
Yeah, those are very astute observations, and I agree with them 100%. It's like autocorrect, right? It picks the average of what it sees out there on the internet, right? What it expects. And if we just keep going with our current expectations, we're not going to solve the problems that we haven't been able to solve with those, right? It does also perpetuate bias. It further marginalizes marginalized populations. And so even with the existing set of tools, my guidance to people on using them is that they work best if you have some real solid knowledge on the front end that you're also putting into this. And then with everything you get out of the back end, you need wisdom to be able to decipher what the results are. You can't just use those at face value. This is also where we're charting this longer term pathway has been, it's taken us a while to figure out kind of where we were heading, but why we can't just teach and learn with AI. We have to chart a pathway where we take control of it. Because it has, like all this technology, it's become disembodied from humanity. Viral content is just that. It's a social disease. It's not the way that humans were designed to collaborate and communicate. And so how do we re-anchor these things in nature? And then what does it mean to ensure rights and representation of marginalized and disadvantaged people in this new digital world? And as I think about this, where we're heading is this constellation of digital commonwealths. And, we have things in existing governmental systems that none of them work great to preserve the rights and voices of people who are not in the majority, in particular geographic location. What does that mean when geography doesn't apply? Right? These are things that we haven't figured out. We have as many more questions, I think better questions than we had before, but we have to figure out, what does it look like to ensure we have representation? What does decision making look like? Are we looking, what does shared ownership and common purpose look like for data? Right? If we look at, conceptions of property from indigenous peoples, like the Maori in New Zealand, they have a particularly different conception of this, right, around common land ownership and use. They've applied that to their view of data sovereignty. If we look at the Native Americans in North America, they had different conceptions as well. if we look at decision making, we can look at things like the way that that Quakers make decisions around kind of scraping things down to what's the least objectionable for everyone, right? Recognizing that we're not going to get to consensus. We look at things like citizens' assemblies, where people are being selected by lottery to represent a population on a particular issue in ways that help get around some of the problems we've had with factions and non-representation, right? So it looks more like a jury than the House of Representatives. So we have to figure these things out. The exciting thing is we're at the point now where we finally have the opportunity to do that. Because of this technology in Web3, we are literally at the cusp of creating new commonwealths. And the question is, do you want people like Elon Musk building these new nations, or do we want we the people doing it?
Thank you so much. Carrie, if you want to speak in, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Sammy. And I don't want to hog. I would love to hear from everyone as well. But Michael, thank you for that presentation. So you posed excellent questions is how do we build this great digital commonwealth? And I always tell my students, because I actually teach a lot of students who are, I'm hoping there will be first generation college, right? They're from Guatemala, they're from Nicaragua, they're from, Peru, from a lot of the, and I've always thought it's so strange how if I just cross one line over, I am a United States citizen, where I cross one line over and I'm Mexican. And I always thought that's the strangest thing. And you brought up we're Native American and, Maori, like what is the concept of owning, right, ourselves, this data dignity that you talked about. I think often we're really, how should I say it? When we're looking at student data as a teacher, I could tell you I have my own prejudice. But very often our students are not just at one data point or multiple data points even. And so one of my students, let's just call her B, she's a really smart young lady and she wants to be an entrepreneur. But I could tell you, looking at her data, you would say, no, she's not going to make it in college. So how do we, I know you talked a lot about great ideas, but how do you give us tools to proceed at this point? Because I think we have a lot of tools and we have a lot of ideas, and we already talked this, we beat the dead horse to death so many times. Is how do we proceed from here? You got a group of brilliant minds. How do we go from here concretely?
Yeah, for those students, and I know that I see them and work with them. My early work was with teens involved in the juvenile justice system in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. And for students where even a high school diploma isn't an option, or certainly a high school diploma doesn't tell their story. For us, DOTS is a way for them to be able to tell what it is that they are capable of. It also helps them reflect on their purpose, their character, what their interactions are, and how they see themselves with others. Now, is this going to solve the mismatch in our educational systems? No, but it will at least give them a new set of tools where, on the other side, as we start to develop better options for ecosystems, which is what we started with District of Learning, right? How do we use technology to turn entire communities into a campus for learning? Then we start to give them more options of, okay, hey, what do I do with this self-realization?
Thank you so much. It looks like we have a question in the chat from John. He said, we agree with all of what you are saying. Do you have a sustained and powerful funding model that will support this vitally necessary transformation into agency, data dignity, and empowered sovereign learning?
I woke up thinking about that question. I go to sleep at night thinking about that question. We have some ideas about how this is going to get funded. And let me first talk about how we don't want it to get funded. We don't want this to be the robber baron approach to building public utilities, where you had, people who built the railways and controlled the water, and so our traditional venture capital systems aren't going to get us what we want. Venture capital has a way of kind of corrupting everything. And it also means that then the solutions are owned by the investors, right? And what we want is, democracy by definition is solutions that are owned by everyone. So now we're faced with this question of like, how would you fund a public utility? So my graduate work, two of my grad degrees are in business and public policy. I've had a strong focus on social enterprise and social entrepreneurship, and this idea of blended value businesses, that nonprofit is a tax status, not a business strategy. And so I've been working through in consultations with others about how we can use some of these tools like blockchain and tokens and cryptocurrency in a different way. We look at like there's this movie out right now, Dumb Money, about the GameStop debacle. If there was this meme trading stuff, right? Like we see all the ways that money is being amassed, Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Using this technology. How do we use these mechanisms for good instead of for private enrichment and corruption? So part of this is, what would it mean to build a blockchain-enabled system that combined philanthropic contributions with debt financing, and it could have some degree of limited equity investment. There's some ways to put guardrails on that. But then how do we also focus on revenue, right? Because people pay for utilities. Ultimately, we're going to have a system where users are helping pay for this. But what we have right now is a system where we're all paying for these utilities with our own data, right? If you aren't paying for the product, you are the product. And I tell you, as a resident of Washington, D.C., I am very familiar with this phrase, taxation without representation. Right. And what we have right now is a system of taxation for public utilities with zero representation. How do we build one that ultimately, will be some degree of taxation? Now, I also see this, and this is a longer term proposition, but there are going to be, this is going to lay the groundwork for a whole new entrepreneurial ecosystem, a different approach to capitalism, one that respects the rights of individuals, to move us to a different view of the gig economy. So I think about it too as like air traffic control, the systems that run our airways, that we have, these transnational systems that nobody owns, but they work, they keep people safe, they get from point A to point B. But then we also have these hub airports, which are run by like airport authorities. In many cases, they're public entities or quasi-public entities. But now, what does that allow us to do when we create this new level of infrastructure? Well, then you have, Sky Mall, you have the whole, travel and hospitality industry that's grown up along this. So there will be long-term opportunities for sustainable revenue, and we have to think from the very beginning, how we do this. But at this stage right now, we're really focused on philanthropic contributions to build this, and the generosity of our technology collaborators, which include people like Charlie Northrup, who's the father of e-commerce. who's developed this framework for a hyper-connected universe and AI agents, which is going to take us even beyond Web3. Companies like Inrupt, which are led by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who's the founder of the World Wide Web, who's developed solid pods for individual data ownership. So we have this whole team of tech collaborators that now we're focusing on DOTS as really the pivot point for how we move this work forward.
Amazing answer. Thank you so much. Does anyone have ideas or thoughts on what Michael just shared? I saw in the chat, John says mapping this approach and model to Rajesh's approaches could be empowering for everyone. If anyone has thoughts or ideas on that, love to hear them.
John, I totally agree, and I'm really glad that I was able to join in there at the end of Rajesh's conversation. And from our earlier conversation how I kind of added and modified this in response to that with what we've just gone through, but it really does match up. It comes down to like, who am I? Who are you? Who are we together? And this is a basis for so much. It's the basis for the conflict resolution framework developed by my professor and mentor, Dr. Dudley Weeks, 8 essential steps to conflict resolution. It's the, who am I, who are you, who are we together is the basis for a strengths-based approach to learning. It's a basis for collaborative problem solving. And it is also this kind of fundamental nexus of narrative identity in our learning ecosystems and digital identity for Web3. I know that we still have, I think, about another 5 minutes here on time. But I do just want to say again that I see this as the beginning of a conversation. There will be opportunities to collaborate, to give feedback, to test out DOTS when we get this system up and going. I don't expect us to have, we're really hyper-focused on DC right now. We don't want to try to boil the ocean. But at the same time, we know that people can't wait for solutions. And so we need to figure out, how can we build a platform for DOTS that people can integrate with things like Phoenix, things they can integrate with their existing systems that they're working on, both digital and human. And so we'll continue to communicate on how that might happen.
Thank you so much, Michael. We did have another important question before we do transition from Emmanuel. He says, as a teacher from underserved community in Nigeria, where there's no light in classrooms, not to talk about technology, I have seen them beat the odds. How do we get students like this from different parts of the world on board?
Yeah, I think about that a lot. And the students that I'm working with in DC are marginalized by standards in the United States, but that's I know, very different than what you're dealing with in Nigeria. So I don't have easy answers to this. We are working best we can to develop no tech and low tech solutions for this, with the understanding that what we're driving towards is mobile, right? That's the way that people in Africa and people in marginalized communities here are going to access the world. So even with this augmented reality and virtual reality stuff that we're talking about, we're only pushing as far as we can currently go with augmented reality on mobile. And that model looks like Pokemon Go. All right. So from the middle school kids I'm working with, when we talk about the games that we're developing, is like, oh, Pokemon Go for learning. Like, they get that. But just like we've seen with generative AI over the last 6 months, this tsunami, like we're going to see these sea change moments with connectivity on mobile as well, moving into 6G and 7G. That's really, I think you're going to see in places like Nigeria some amazing evolutions there with mobile connectivity. We had a question here. Can a holistic interface system be created to support the implementation of what you're describing? Yes, and this is where Charlie Northrup's work around the hyper-connected universe is really an amazing solution here. It operates beyond what we know as APIs, application program interfaces, and moves to this world of AI agents. Now, Shakri, I know this is where I start to get out there, right? But imagine that there are these bots that will exist, and that these bots have different functions. Kind of think about, for those of you who are, know these things, there are these Richard Scarry, like What Do People Do All Day books. There are these blue bots that are going to be working on behalf of us. Some of them will be working on their own, on behalf of other people, with different functions. And those are going to be the holistic interface system between this. We do have some serious work to figure out about what how we define these in particular ecosystems, and figuring out what's the world we want to live in. And we're literally going to be able to pick exactly how to align. It's like how do we create the ecosystems where they are aligned for the common good? And that means, I'm working through this framework for what I call tridentity. And that in a particular digital ecosystem, we have 3 kinds of representations overall. We have avatars, which represent us, and their authentic right? We have agents that operate on our behalf, and we have bots that operate autonomously. Right? So these are 3 kinds of entities. And that in each of those representations, you could have something that was authentic, you could have something that's anonymous, and something that's like allows you a degree of pseudonymity. All right. So what's real me, what's mystery me, what's nickname me, right? Safeway thinks that I'm Shirley Greenbaum because I use my old phone number, and I put it in the thing when I check out, and apparently that at one point belonged to Shirley Greenbaum, right? So that's my nickname me identity in the digital world of Safeway, Shirley Greenbaum, right? But we have. This also involves us rethinking about what our rights are, right? That we have a right not to be lied to. We have a right to know who we're talking to in a digital ecosystem. This gets to this issue around integrity, right? And so, yes, there can be anonymous and pseudonymous representations, but they're going to, in the ecosystems that we build and that we want to live in, there's going to be guardrails on those, and disclosure and honesty and integrity that goes along with that. So this gets to a different level of conceptions that we just, now we have the joy and opportunity to figure out. It's a lot of work in front of us. And I know that my generation is not going to fix this. We're not going to be here to do all of the work that needs to be done in the future. I'm squarely Gen X. And so how do we think about this as a relay race? Each of us think about this as a relay race, that we're always looking to how we bring the next generations along to solve the problems that we just won't be able to solve in our lifetimes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question. If anyone would like to speak in.
Yeah.
Shakri raised his hand there.
Shakri.
Yeah. Thanks, Sammy. Thanks, Michael. So my concerns mostly with belongingness, as I think somewhere whatever we do, we need to emerge into that. And there are many dimensions to belongingness. I think the thing that I was missing the most, you seem to be working on that, which is power. The other being purpose and play and place. Power and I have some notes here, but I think okay. It's people, place, power, and purpose that seem to enhance belonging. So this thing you are working on is, I feel very strongly the power part, but also the stories that you were building when you said that during the DOTS exercise that they will be building stories from their communities. They will be having their learning journeys in their communities. So I think you're on to something. And for me, the test would be, will we trust one another and work together? It's kind of like the medieval days, why we wanted a handshake, because if we didn't have our hand out, we might be having a dagger. Or the whole beer thing when we used to slosh beer mugs, because by sloshing the beer mugs and the beer flowing from one glass to the other, we're not poisoning our friends. So I still think the questions are still the same. Do we trust one another, and can we work together? I'll take any comments.
Good. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I enjoyed the opportunity each time. I think through this differently. I put my my LinkedIn in the chat. That's the best way to stay connected and to message me. I look forward to following up and see what we do next.
Thank you so much for being here with us. It's a really great presentation. All right, so we're gonna take a break for lunch. We will resume at 1 p.m. In about an hour, and we have 2 other speakers after the break, Dr. Malika Veeraswamy and Nate Higgins. So we hope you'll come and join us after getting some food and some refreshments. Thank you so much. See you guys soon. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice long break and got something to eat and drink. All right. I am now going to introduce our next speaker, Malika Veeraswamy. She's an activist, facilitator, and researcher. Malika's been engaged in social transformation at the fringes of institutions. She works on systems change with companies, institutions such as the UN, NGOs, and with social movements such as the Extinction Rebellion and Deep Adaptation Forum. Malika holds a PhD in human nature conflict from the University of Oxford and has established herself as a global sustainability practitioner and systems scientist. As the co-founder of the Sensemakers Collective, she integrates various state-of-the-art facilitation approaches, enabling embodied emotional and cognitive intelligence. Today, she's going to be presenting about transforming society with Earth stewardship. So take it away, Malika. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Sami, for the introduction. Thanks. And hello, everybody. Hope you're having a really enjoyable and really important summit. I'm looking forward to listen to all of the parts that I have missed so far. So I like to usually situate myself, thanks Sami for already doing it. I usually describe myself as a brown hybrid of Indian ethnicity. I grew up in Mauritius, in African mysticism, and I was socialized, or at least trained in the West, in systems science. So this is me. And I would like to start, I mean, I found the topic of this summit has really occupied me, kept me busy at least. And it's a theme but I would like to start with a disclaimer first. First, I'm not an expert. And I think I really love this quote by Jack Ma, from the founder of Alibaba. Especially, he says that there is no expert of the future, only experts of the past. So since we are talking about the future right now, I just want to emphasize that I'm not an expert. And secondly, I know I want to emphasize that I'm not going to talk about solutions, because I don't believe in solutions. Rather, I will talk about finding our way, or finding our way in what I call this entangled mess called modernity. And for those who, modernity is usually a sociological term described of era of humanity that we are in right now, defined. For those who don't know, most of you might know, I just like to remind myself what is modernity when I speak about those terms. It's the era of humanity where scientific thoughts are important, where it's about industrialization, it's about so this is the era we are living in. So I call this the entangled mess of modernity that we are living. So finding a way in this entangled mess. I like to think a little bit. So the title is Learning Through This Entangled Mess We Are In. And I think I don't know if some of you know the story of Minotaurus. It's a Greek mythology story of Minotaurus was a child of a goddess. I think of a minor goddess with a Taurus. And a child was born that was half man and half Taurus. And the gods were very embarrassed about Minotaurus. So they hid him in a labyrinth. And sometimes I feel like the Minotaurus is the modernity is a labyrinth. Modernity is a labyrinth, and there is no outside world. At least in the Minotaurus story, there is an outside world. In our story of modernity, there is only the labyrinth. There is not any other thing but the labyrinth. So if there is only the labyrinth, there is no finding solutions out of the labyrinth, because there is only the labyrinth right now. And so I like to think about how do we find how
I think you paused for a moment, Malika.
That's good. Is it working now?
No, it's working. Yes, thank you.
So I was just saying that if we accept that we are in a labyrinth, then most important is to live with this complexity and live with this entanglement and live with this uncertainty. So when I was thinking about the theme of this summit, designing education system, I was thinking, what is education in the entangled modernity? And first, I'd like to start with a quote from Nora Bateson, and she talks about food, but we're going to go together and talk about education. She asked herself, what is food? And she says, food is agriculture, economy, culture, and conversation, ancestral recipes, weavers of tablecloths, tradition of seasons, the perfect onion, a child's berry-stained chin. Food is poetry, medicine, friendship, time, poison, economy. Ask the question, what is food? And the answer is not what is on your plate. The answer is that food is about relationships. These relationships are formed between generations that clung together, between man and nature, between the family members who eat together. It is in the conversation, it is in the heritage of the weaver who makes the basket used to take food to market in neighboring villages. It is in relationship between towns economically. So when I was thinking the same thing, I was thinking, so, it's this entanglement. Food is not just food. Food is agriculture, and food is culture. Food is all of these things. So when I thought, what is education? I thought to myself, food. I mean, I would invite all of you to think, what is education for you? So I started with like a little bit of a poetry. Food is memories of first food. Education is memories of first friendships. Education is the smile of a teacher. Learning to sit still, learning to be normal, to fit. Education, learning to hide my dyslexia. What is education? It was a matrix of learning about matrix on my worth and your worth. It is, for me, education becoming commodified for the job market. It is, when I think of education, I think about it was my only way out of poverty. So education is not just education. Education is culture. Education is economy. Education is family. Education is politics, media, identity, and all of these things. And I say that if we're going to think of redesigning education, if we realize that education is entangled in all of this mess of modernity, we cannot redesign education without thinking of all of this entanglement. And as I was coming to this summit, I also thought about what is youth. And there is a very beautiful quote that I like. And for me, because I've been part of an activist, I have a very active activist life. I am with youth on the street. So I'm thinking, what is youth a lot? And there's a beautiful quote that says, youth is a time of experiment with roles and identities, still void of the burden of social norms and obligations, yet slowly preparing the youngsters for their lives as full members of the social collective. And when I think of this social collective, I think of modernity, this entangled mess called modernity. So what we're doing is that our education is preparing youth for this entangled mess called modernity, fitting in this entangled mess. I think we all know how we have, had to fit in this entangled mess. I feel that youth now with climate change, they are in a very difficult place. On one hand, they know the future is not going to be the same. And at the same time, they need to fit in this entangled mess. They need to be commodified for this job market. They need, they are part of this entanglement. So they are already, so they are put in a very difficult place. And we shouldn't underestimate what it is they are having to live right now. And so I'd like to go a little bit into my story around climate change. So my climate education. So as I say, education was a way out of poverty, but I was very in love with nature, and I wanted to learn about nature conservation. So I want to study environmental change in Oxford, and I want to tell you also about my climate education. And I think most of climate education remains the same today when I look at the IPCC report, so most of climate change tell us about the physical mechanisms of climate change. So how it's caused, what happens, what are the scenarios likely, and how scientists know such things, and how come people deny it. So when I was studying, I found myself having no relationship. I found it really difficult to have a relationship with climate change itself. I found it extremely mechanical. And it was only when I left university, when I started to engage in social justice, I realized what I had the words for what I didn't have before. And I felt very, very angry because I felt that the education that I was given was robotic, mechanical. It had nothing to do with the human world. It didn't tell me that the climate change is a legacy of extractivism. It didn't tell me that climate change is a legacy of colonialism. It didn't tell me that climate change is a legacy of slavery. So here I was going about learning about CO2, etc., in a very robotic way. So we didn't learn how climate change is part of this, is a result of this entangled mess called modernity. So that made me, as I started to work with youth, I started to organize workshops with them to see what kind of crisis is climate change. Because the way we respond to the crisis is going to be how we see the crisis. The way we see education is also going to be about how we see this crisis. So I'll tell you a little bit how I started seeing it. Now, it's one way of framing climate change, and there is no one truth. There are many ways, there are a multitude of ways that we can describe climate change, like the poetry I wrote to you about what is food. In all the poetry and relationship, we can also go into poetry about climate change. What is climate change? And so, but with the youth, I started to think about, helping them to see how they see climate change is how they're going to position themselves. And so I kind of call it the cardinal points. There's a north, east, west, south. Everyone can hear me, isn't it? It's okay with the sound. So I invited them to position themselves how they see climate change. And so I call the north, the cardinal north, that you can see climate change as an economic crisis. I think this is one of the most simple, most logical way to see climate change. It's, we know very well that the way we are producing, the way we are consuming, you all know that is, it's creating huge impacts. And scientists have measured these impacts. So, we know this very much. And as I say, as part of this entanglement, deeper into this economic system is also it's a racial justice crisis, because this economic crisis is because the so-called developing countries are continuing socially and materially to accumulate resources from so-called developing areas from the south. This continues, I'll just read a quote to you. This continues to be a racial process as whites accumulate wealth by violently dispossessing racialized others of their land and resources. Climate change is an artifact of global industrialization via racial colonialism, with wealthy nations hoarding resources and disproportionately causing the climate emergency. I mean, I think now with the indigenous and the Black movements, this is becoming much more evident. 10 years ago, when I was being educated, this was completely, not being spoken about. And this is the power of how social movements have changed what is climate change. So that's the north. And then I go to the west as another cardinal axis. I say climate change is an identity crisis. Because it's not that the climate has problems. It's not that. It's that our identity is mixed in material wealth. That's the entanglement between our identity and our economic system. So our identities tell us who we are, and they announce to others who we are. Most of us have been taught, most of us, when I say us, as part of industrialized nations or colonized people, that our worth, our sense of value, safety, worthiness comes from our economic system, through our material wealth, through our social status, through all of these things. So I say it's not tribal that if our identity is mixed with our economic system, and youth is about experimenting with roles and identities. What does it tell us? Like how what does it tell us about this identity crisis that we are in? And I like to think about what I learned about living with indigenous communities. And there they tell us that that we are not only individuals, we are not only part of communities, part of ecosystems, part of life. We are of communities. We are of life. We are of ecosystems. And if we see our identities more and more as part of that, we are not so entangled in our economic system. So what is at stake in this cardinal axis as climate change, as an identity crisis, is the way we relate to our identity as being of lineage, of family, of communities, of relationships, of ecosystems, not just individual, how I'm seen on Facebook, how I'm seen as my social status, etc. If we see our identities of all that, it's all these aspects of our identity. So I think what we are having is collectively an identity crisis. So that's being in the West as climate change as a identity crisis. And then I'll move south to them and I talk about climate change being a psychological crisis. Psychological crisis, why? The crisis we meet in the global north is met by a fear response to change. If you look at the negotiations and all that's happening, there is a bit of change, but there is a huge fear response to transitions and change. And what happens when we have fear response in our bodies? We know that from trauma, we dissociate. We dissociate, we put an emotional distance from climate change. And even those who are very passionate about climate change, if we have to live in this entangled mess, we have to put sometimes some distance. Otherwise, we become schizophrenic. We cannot, we have to put some emotional distance to just even survive. So we feel fragmented and powerless in response to climate change because of these fear responses. And so it is a psychological crisis. This fear response to change. And I often think about the times that we live just simple in nature. We didn't have, houses to protect us, to control us, and to control all of these things. We had to live with change. And now we have a huge fear response to change. An indigenous person once told me that the only way we can respond to change, I found that so fascinating, to respond to change is to grieve what we are losing. And he said to me, actually, if you look at the West, there are no grieving rituals for what we are losing. And I was looking at what had happened in Hawaii and listening to the indigenous people. Before, the first thing that they ask, if you listen to their message, is please give us time to grieve what we have lost before we rebuild our communities. And this grieving process is learning how to cope with change. Is to grieve what we are losing. We don't grieve that species are going extinct every day. We don't grieve that, iceberg. We don't have grieving rituals. And part of not having grieving rituals make us fear more change. And I like a beautiful quote, grieving reminds us that we are precious, that life is precious and delicate. Bayo Akumulase says, when we grieve, it opens things that were once bound up and secure. For example, what we have right now, and exposes them to the elements and therefore facilitates change. So we are living in a time where climate change is a psychological crisis for everything that we have for the way we respond to change. And I usually, that's the south, and then I position the east. So that's the last cardinal point. And that's where the youth gets very uncomfortable and they say they don't know what this is. I say climate change is a spiritual crisis. Huh? A spiritual crisis because historically, for most of our, actually for most of our, as humans, for most of our history, we've lived around campfires. We had communal life. We listened to mythological stories. That's how we learned. We shared. We prepared food together. We spent time in nature. We danced. We remember that we are embodied and interconnected. And for many, this culture has been lost, but not for everybody. And when such primary needs are lost, we need some other satisfactions to feel we belong, to feel that we exist. So when this happens, we look for secondary satisfaction, and that might be, as I mentioned before, that might be social status, that might be wealth, material goods. So that takes us in the entanglement. Remember, now we are in the East. That takes us to the entanglement with our economic system. So the story of climate change is what I'm trying to say. The story of climate change is a story of entanglement. So if we're gonna think about education, we're gonna have to accept that we're entangled in all of this. And as I say, I don't have solutions. I don't have solutions. How I don't know if there is in the labyrinth, there is no way out of the labyrinth. There's just a labyrinth. But the story that I'm sharing you of my own experience is the most important thing have been to accept that I'm entangled in all of these things. And anything that I want to work on is entangled in all of these things. And so this is a little bit where I wanted to take you to. And for some reason, when I was thinking about this session, a quote by Frantz Fanon. I don't know if some of you know him. He was the first one to talk about decoloniality. And he says, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill or betray it in relative opacity. So there is a mission of each generation, and we either fulfill it or betray it, but it happens in relative opacity. It happens in this labyrinth, and we need to accept that we are in this labyrinth. And so this is a little bit what I wanted to talk, and I would like to finish with a beautiful poem by Nora Betson. And I think it's very fitting, and I've been very influenced by her as well recently, as well as by you, Akumulate, which I put. It's called The Hallway of Hallways. And it says, don't solve it. It's not that the schools are not good enough. It's that the next generation is being squeezed into the past. It's not that poverty is devastating. It is that the economy devastates. It's not that our bodies have been violated. It's that predators are celebrated. It's not that tech is evil. It is that it is unable to feel. It is not that the doctor is wrong. It is that the poison in food, water, air, and stress are beyond the reach of medication. It's not that politicians don't make change. It is that they are bound to keep things as they are. It's not that climate has problems. It's that identity is mixed up in material wealth. It's not that there are dangers out there. It's that people need each other and are taught to hold back. No committee or action team can actually reach the conditions that produce such issues. But they can produce, I put in between commas, false metrics on solving the consequences. It is not that there is no wish to meet the deeper needs. It is that healing cannot be divided or measured by department. The confusion is compounding. Going down a path that starts with an inadequate task is the beginning of an assembly line of industrial-sized overlapping systemic problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malika. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much, Malika, for sharing your story. I feel really inspired. And yeah, I think I'm holding all the knowledge and wisdom you've shared in this space, and something that came up for me, and also something that's very prominent in my climate activism history, is the relationship of indigeneity and decolonization within these spaces. I feel like, specifically in the global south, that conversation is a really tricky one. And it's not, I don't think it's quite prominent. I think organizations and communities and movements that are fighting for climate justice and those ways of being and working don't often work here. And I guess my question to you is navigating how to embody ways of being that are liberating in the global south, and speaking to decolonization specifically.
Thank you, Mohini, for this beautiful question. I can only speak of my experience. And I think when I started to engage in social justice and decoloniality, I realized how much I was colonized. So it's been a deep personal journey. And at the beginning, I was very angry, like many important deep process. And for me, one of the things with global sustainability is I work on global sustainability, and as I engage in decoloniality, I realized that what was required for me, what was invited from me to be part of the global sustainability movement was only my mind. My body was not welcome. My history in slavery was not welcome, or was, and as I began to see this entanglement, I began to see that all of these things, my lineage, my history, all of this is part of the climate change movement. And so that was very empowering for me. And something that I really learned especially from the indigenous movement, is which really kind of transformed my anger into healing, was that I realized that my liberation is bound to the liberation of all those in the global north. And to come with terms that our healings are our healing are interdependent on each other. And that really was very deeply transformative for me. I hope that answers it well. And I think for me that my climate change journey has been a reconciliation between the global north and the global south, and especially working with young people, who are seeing this entanglement in the system. It has been for me a personally deeply healing journey.
Thank you so much. We have a question from John in the chat. Would you speak to the understanding of the energies that hold human beings in the past on any and every topic, including those that affect us specifically related to the climate crisis.
Would you speak to the energy that all humans in the past? Maybe John, you would like to tell us a little bit more what you mean by energies that hold humans in the past. You mean hold humans in this modernity?
Hello. Thank you, Malika. So certainly I feel we're being held in modernity, and before the modernity existed, I feel we were held in gender roles and inequality and bias, prejudice, and other dysfunctional vantage points or positionalities or belief states. So there's a tendency, it seems, within humanity to be stuck in those dysfunctional modes. And if you've heard the expression, as the twig is bent, so grows the tree, to be stuck initially in those. And now we're stuck in a new manifestation of that, which we would call modernity. And so we're stuck both in the earlier past and in the near past. And there seems to be a sort of energy like being stuck in an insect stuck in amber, and that resists transformation and evolution of consciousness amongst all human beings as a collective and as nations and as peoples and cultures. So we feel that there might be an energy that tends to resist evolution, change, transformation, and attainment of collective consciousness, and that right now we're experiencing some of the most intense pains of that larger contextual human dynamic or species level dynamic that is being so unfairly and wrongly applied to so many. So just a thought, and I don't know if that said anything useful.
No. Thank you, John. I think that both, at least I remember when for those who really cared about the environment, like the big environmental movement, if we think about the recent one, started in the 70s, at least in the West. And we were always, at least it was very devoid from emotions. It was about always finding solutions, always about getting out of this labyrinth. And if you look at how indigenous people respond to what's difficult, first it's, as I say, it's to grieve what's losing. It's to accept that we are stuck. There's something very humbling where we're not looking for solutions to get out of it, where we realize, wow, we are stuck. And somehow that makes me think of a game I usually I have, well, not of an exercise, of a somatic exercise, of a somatic body work I do where there is a predator and a prey. And usually the prey, of course, will always try to escape the predator. And as a predator, when the predator have full control of the prey, there is that moment of surrender, to know that actually the prey realizes that I'm in service of life. I'm giving you food to be in service of life. So there is something about stuckness, like surrendering to stuckness, that is really transformative. And often, at least in the environmental movement, we haven't gone through this humbling process of really realizing, we failed the new generations right now, at least to say that we needed the, what's her name, the Swedish girl? My head is not working.
Greta?
We needed Greta Thunberg to tell us that shit, we're stuck. We needed a young person to really to accept that we're really stuck. So I would say that to your questions, we can only we have to accept our legacy. We have to accept what, like what is there right now, all of this entanglement. There is not one of us these days that is not entangled in modernity, and we have to accept that we are entangled in this shit. And when we accept, I think something else happens. I think that this is when real empowerment happens. We realize that there is a moment of, after the deep surrender, there is a moment of creation, and that moment of creation is a magic process, like the transformation of any of life.
Absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm listening to I'm reading Emmanuel Kilaso, who said that from the children from rural communities are supposed to be enjoying the best of life, yes, are brutally affected by climate change, and they don't even know about climate change. Thank you for this question, Emmanuel Kilaso. And one of the things that has it's really an important thing. They are affected by climate change, but they don't even know it's about climate change. And I think I'm part of a movement accepting, like that we are heading for collapse. And I've been really intrigued that it has been mainly a European and US movement. And I've always thought, how come climate change? But I think there are many things there. There are many things in there. Most people in their local communities are struggling with local issues, and it's climate change is entangled in this. If you think about Brazil, people, people of color, Black people are the most pressing thing is murder. So I often think that we frame climate change too much like climate change. I've heard of programs trying to go and educate people in the South in Africa on climate change, what is CO2 and all that stuff. And this is part of the problem of siloing climate change as if it's CO2. Climate change is a much bigger, it's part of a bigger phenomenon, as I've spoken. So I think they are affected by climate change. As I say, climate change is a result of a legacy of extractivism, of colonialism, of slavery. So how do we engage in healing? That's a really important question. I don't know if I have an answer. How I can answer it is my own experience of working in development. And I think that part of development is part of the problems as well. And for me, more and more, I'm thinking it's all about relationships. It's all about building, what I try to do, I'll run a solidarity circle between those affected by climate change and people from the North. And the experiment is called What's in the Way for Me to Be in Solidarity? Because actually all of these fears that I've spoken are in the way. And when we build relationships with those in the South, somehow we can work on these fears, somehow all of these things they're experiencing climate change and all that stuff, is not an abstract something. It becomes part, when someone we are in relationship is affected by that, this becomes part of us. So I think what we need is more relationships. We need more relationships between the global North and the global South. We need development aid not to be in the traditional way it is, like institutionalized, project matrix and all that stuff. It needs to be about relationships, about caring about relationships. It needs about wanting to build relationships. It needs about empowering relationships. It needs to be. I feel like it needs, but of course I'm talking what should be, and I can only now these days talk about what can I create, what can we create, and not what it should be, because that's I given up what the world should be. I can only say what can we create. And if you're interested, a friend of mine is running also this program of bringing young people from Europe to affected communities in the South, and as part of this building relationships. Thank you, Emmanuel, for this critical question, of which I don't have an answer, but only some experiences and experimenting.
Thank you, Malika. And thank you for educating me on modernity. I was not aware of this term, and I'm a science major, and I understand we're actually all products of our, our educations, and I love to hear from you. I think we could always, education can be, a sword, right? A double-edged sword. It can be one way of limiting our beliefs, but it can also be a tool to sharpen our thinking. So I would love to hear from you. I think you mentioned that you were a product of colonization, but I think in a way, history is written by the victors, right? I think history can be read from many different perspectives. But I'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about now your work, and how can we change education for the better?
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. Yeah, I think if we all go a bit, I feel like I'm constantly educating myself, I think in unlearning, I think in decolonial, you talk about a lot of unlearning. What are the things that have been inculcated in me that I need to unlearn? And now that I remember it, and I think part of my re-education is all the things I needed to unlearn. And many things, like if we think about what we were told as children, how to belong, how to act, what's successful, and I often tell the story. One of the big things that I'm proud of is giving up what success is. I really had to give up this, because what is success in a time of crisis, in a time of collapse? I really had to give up. And I realized that this was really entrenched in me, like as a product of colonial mentality and trying to get out of poverty. Success was very important. It defined my lineage that was trying to get out of poverty, and I really needed to at every cellular level give up what success is. And so I think, Kerry, if I remember what you're asking, there is just so much to unlearn. And before even thinking about educate, like what is the re-education? Re-education is all of the things at the cellular level, at the deep lineage level. We've all inherited that we need to unlearn. I saw this question of loneliness. This question about loneliness comes out when we haven't been taught that we belong. We belong to the earth, that the trees and the fish and the plants are our brothers and sisters. If you look at indigenous people, they call sister willow, brother bird. All of these things have brothers and sisters. Now imagine we were talking to plants and animals like that. Would we feel lonely? No, we would realize these are our brothers and sisters. So I think this is part of this unlearning process there's just so much of, when I say we, I'm talking about people of industrialized nations or colonized nations, people who have lost a large part of their cultural history or ancestral history. Not everyone have lost that, Fortunately, there are still pockets of deep and indigenous wisdom out there. So I think this unlearning, as we talk about education, and this unlearning is not just with the head, as I say, it's cellular. It's really cellular, and it's happening at the cellular level. You feel it. So, yes. Yeah, I love it. Redwood for us, actually, large families. Yeah. Yeah.
We did have a note from John. Please communicate all suggestions on how to build these vital relationships on large scale, if possible, as quickly as we can, to help us all help each other. Just hoping for your wonderful ideas to help us.
Beautiful. I think that if we, right now, as I say, building relationships with those in refugee camps right now, in those big climate camps, I think for me right now, this is one of what I'm working on. Developing relationships with them, how young people they're doing. I think it's something that I'm not very good at like, as I say, I'm not solution oriented. I kind of, I believe that we can only create where we are right now in our development. So for me, where my development is really realizing, is really working in relationships with those in climate refugees camps. For some reason, that has really kind of learning. It's not about learning of the struggles only. These people have a lot to teach us. We are going to face this crisis, whether we want it or not. We're going to have and learning from them and supporting them at the same time. This is one of the things I'm going to. But John, I would be keen to co-create with all of you. So I think it's co-creation. As I say, it's about how much our heart, the more beautiful ways our heart knows is possible. It's about the energy when our heart knows something is possible. It's not about ideas and etc. It's what our heart tells us is possible. So I think, thank you a lot for having me. I'm just reading some thing from Emmanuel Kilaso, who said, modernity is a new word for me. I'm sorry, it's very difficult to find a different word other than modernity, yeah, because it's capitalism, it's individualism, it's industrialization, it's scientific rationalism. They're all entangled to create the world we are living, So right now, it's the only word I've been taught to. I've learned to use to kind of say what kind of entangled mess we are. If you want to know a little bit more about it, there's beautiful work by Vanessa Andreotti. I can share afterwards some of the beautiful work on that by social justice activists. I'm just reading. Yes, I love braiding sweet grass. Yes, as we work to heal the earth heals us. That's beautiful. Thank you, Mohini. And John says, please be aware of their struggles, process, and learning. What do you mean? Who is there?
The people in the camps that you're participating with?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, so to be in relationship of what we also struggling to be in solidarity, and what they're struggling is this common struggle. Beautiful. So thank you, everyone. As I say, we're all learning together. We're all unlearning together in this labyrinth we are in. And I wish you on your journey lots of transformation, lots of working with grieving, working with complexity, working with uncertainty.
Thank you so much for being here with us. It was such a beautiful presentation. And is there a way that we could get in contact with you, or would you mind sharing an email address or the best way to reach you?
Yeah. Should I put my email address in the chat box?
That'd be great. Yeah.
I can send later on some key work that has influenced me. Some key quotes I've used. If anyone is interested, I'm happy to do that. I'm just typing my email address.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to learning more about your work, and thank you so much for the poetry and the heart that you brought today.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. That was a bit difficult. Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to be in touch and connect and see more what's going to happen. To listen to the takers later on, at least the recording, it's late right now.
Thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you soon. Namaste. So we have a couple of questions that we could pull up on our slideshow just to pose to the group. How do you feel about what you just heard from Malika? What are your thoughts? Do you see the relevance to the education process of Malika's offering? What do you feel was the most important element that Malika was communicating? Do you feel Malika's information would be best applied for young people today? How do you feel that Malika's information would be best applied for young people today so that they can have green jobs in the future, or that they can be empowered to change the education system? And how can this content be applied to improving the education system? So if everyone wants to take just a couple minutes to reflect and share their answers, you can put it in the chat or speak it in.
Well, there were so many things that she shared that were super moving and beautiful. Specifically, what came forward was how the world, including children and adults and youth, are not connected with the earth and are not shared with about that connection, and that this is a very spiritual crisis, the climate crisis, and there's no way for us to disconnect from it, even if we would try, because we are made up of the soil. That felt like a very powerful piece that she shared. And just the heart that was brought in. I think there's also no way to disconnect, as she was sharing, from her heart to this overwhelmingly large crisis that's growing. The heart from it cannot be disconnected. And even if we tried, that's kind of what's gotten us here. So, yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah, she really brought a soulful quality, and I just loved hearing from an empowered woman and the work that she's doing and in the camps. So thank you for sharing that. Anyone else have thoughts?
It's okay. I just wanted to add that I think hearing so much in the on the topic of climate change in particular, there's kind of I want to say a first approach is really to look at the science and to want to go into kind of the technology and the technologist solutions. And there's something that's really quite, I want to say, even more empowering and powerful in the inspirational space of the artistic, the voice that comes through to be able to weave together those many elements and bring with that just honorific presence to what's occurring, and to bring forward almost in a I want to say, like, in an urgent and yet not destructive way, in which some of the focus, when it wants to only be in the technology and the science factor of, like, let's solve this CO2 problem, it completely negates all of the humanity and the love and the spiritual
dimensions to our experiences on this planet as life forms. So I just find it really brilliant because it bridges so much more, and it just amplifies more of what we've been learning so far. And it just, thank you. Really appreciate what is spoken through.
Absolutely agree, Tanya. It's such a multi-dimensional and multi-layered issue that just addressing the technology piece it's missing the mark, because it's not bringing together all of the other dimensions of human life and life process. So thank you so much. Mohini, did you have something you wanted to bring in?
Yeah, I think mainly just reiterating what the previous two people shared, and feeling like, honored to have been in the space to hear that wisdom, and honored to I think really come from it with a newfound reflection on climate justice, and also the journey towards climate justice. I think that, as you know, what everyone's kind of reflected on is very systematic and very much disconnected. And I think that rework of not only sitting in the state of grief and sitting in the state of being unsettled and connecting in spaces like these where, it's a group of incredibly passionate people working towards justice in their respective communities. But also knowing that the knowledge that we all hold is very much not easy. It's not easy to know to know and experience the climate crisis, but to collectively hold each other in the space, and I think that's my takeaway reflection.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Amy?
Yeah, thanks, Mohini. I just wanted to say that something that stood out for me about Malika's presentation, when she was talking about the climate crisis being an identity crisis, as well as a psychological crisis and a spiritual crisis. And I think that's so important because we talked today about what it will take to focus as a collective, on sustainability, renewal, and reharmonization with nature. And the reality is that identification with the economic system is our primary identity that's conditioned in through the education system, is literally like something that is keeping us from having that new focus as a priority. And so that sort of way that it just speaks to wholeheartedly why we need to redesign the education system completely. Because if we're educating to something that doesn't meet the goal of literal survival of and reharmonization with the planet, then it's going nowhere. So I think it was a great way to frame it, because how and it's interesting how Rajesh's and Michael's work spoke to that too. Like, how do you engage children differently? How do you help them manage their identities differently now that in this modern world? And how do we refocus ourselves? So I think it was a great way to bring that language and have us all think very deeply about that conditioning piece and what would it take for all of us to choose something different and to go down a different path. And it's challenging when you have an adult power system that was conditioned so deeply into that it seems like such a sacred cow. It really will require us to let go of our identities completely and look at this anew. So
thank you. Tracy, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Amy, you kind of spoke to them. The two pieces that stood out to me the most were the unlearning piece and how we're trying to create new educational models. And that said, taking a step back and saying, well, what can we unlearn first before we go and relearn, what it takes to make a green job. I think that's really important. So that decolonization piece and the unlearning I'm really glad she brought that in, because it made me look at it from a new angle. And I also appreciated how she kept talking about the labyrinth and that we can't get out of it. I thought that was really interesting, that we're all here together, and it kind of speaks to conscious collaboration in a way. It's like we can't escape each other. We're here together. We have to work together to get to. It's not to get out of it. It's to just make it better. I guess make it work better. The whole system. So I just really liked, she kind of just flipped things upside down, and that was really cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really recognizing a common theme of she brought in a lot about relationships too, in the way that we're relating. And so there's a lot of like learning and unlearning in relationships too, and not only with relationships to each other, but to the earth. And so where our relationship blocks, with how we're relating to the planet and each other. And it just keeps, like, I see the threads of collaboration that want to be woven through here. To Tanya's point, how we kind of have these siloed ways of operating in our current system. We have focus on technology, but it sometimes misses, the human multi-dimensional pieces that are more spiritual. And so how can we weave everything together? And it just keeps coming back to collaboration and bringing together all of our gifts and reharmonizing. All right. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation from Malika. And now we're going to move into our next speaker. We do have a couple more minutes before his scheduled speaking time. So I will just put it out there that we do have an orientation team email. If anyone would like to get in contact with us, Megan or Tracy can put that in the chat. And for anyone who missed it before, we are hosting another workshop coming up on January 13th. And we would love your support in building these ongoing rolling workshops. And our goal is to open it up to global education and have these workshops be going on simultaneously, maybe hundreds around the world. So we welcome all of your gifts and your talents and your work to be brought into collaboration with us. And if you feel called to make a donation, you can scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you so much. And Nate, would you be okay with starting a few minutes early for us?
Hey, good to see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and introduce our speaker, Nate Hagans. He's the director of the Institute for the Study of Energy and Our Future, an organization focused on educating and preparing society for the coming cultural transition, allied with leading ecologists, energy experts, politicians, and systems thinkers. ISEOF assembles roadmaps and off-ramps for how human societies can adapt to lower throughput lifestyles. Nate holds a master's degree in finance with honors from the University of Chicago and a PhD in natural resources from the University of Vermont. He teaches an honors course, Reality 101, at the University of Minnesota. His presentation is titled Systems Overview Mapping to the Climate Crisis in Education. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and we'll kick it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Now the pressure's on with that introduction. Let me share my screen. Excellent. Good to see you all. I don't know a lot about your organization or the audience, but I'm going to give a 30-minute overview of what I think it's important for youth and youth education to understand about our cultural, environmental, societal situation. And I can't fit that much into 30 minutes, so I will do my best to give like a hologram of how things fit together. So you can see my ocean overview here slide.
Yep.
So we live in a culture today which rewards reductionist expertise. So we have lawyers and engineers and tech developers and financial people and where they fit in the system. But these people rarely fly up high enough to see how the pieces fit together. And so we now live in a world where the conversations about the future center around islands of expertise, which are separated by oceans of misinformation and resulting confusion. And we've arrived at a species level conversation where we have to have a view from the stratosphere in order to make better sense of how the pieces fit together, and they do fit together. So in a similar way, we have advocates and activists striving for policies that address their specific issues without a coherent vocabulary or map to see how their issue interconnects with other, perhaps equally important future needs. So by connecting the dots between disciplines and goals, a systemic, larger overview forms. And I can't cover the enormous complexity of this in 30 minutes, but I encourage you all to dig deeper in the inner workings of our system, because our education system is beginning to cover more on climate and ecology, though still not enough. But most humans aren't taught on how the full complexity of our system and what dynamics it rests upon. So quite simply, the human ecosystem is we take energy and materials and combine them into forms of technology that people want and use around the world. And we represent this all by financial digits and currencies. We do this all to get feelings matching the emotional states of our ancestors, and the entire process produces waste or pollution. And this basically is the human ecosystem. So underpinning this all is energy. Energy is effectively the currency of life. All organisms, including humans and our societies, need to have a larger caloric output than we have as an input. And so in nature, those organisms that have an outsized calorific income for the expense that they undergo chasing the prey have surplus for metabolism, cellular repair, mating, raising their young, etc. This also applies to human systems. We need an energy surplus in order to have universities and Disneyland and libraries and hospitals and Zoom calls. So for better or worse, fossil hydrocarbon and carbon are largely responsible for our modern wealth and our expectations of growth. This is a picture of me on my farm in Wisconsin. On a good day, I can do the work of about 1/10 of a horse. This is my horse, Inga, who's about 50 feet to my left right now. On a very good day, if motivated by treats, she can do the work of one horse. This is my utility vehicle that with a little bit of gasoline can do the work of 45 horses. My truck can do the work of 300 horses. And the next time you're on an airplane, imagine 100,000 invisible horses pulling that airline across the sky. That is the energy density and power in this stored sunlight that we're pulling out millions of times faster than it was sequestered. A barrel of oil, which currently costs around $90, has 5.7 million British thermal units of energy, which translate to 1,700 kilowatt hours worth of energy. The average human does about 0.6 kilowatt hours of work per day. So it effectively takes an average human being around 5 years of physical labor to do the same amount of work that's in a barrel of energy, a barrel of oil that we pay $90 for. So in the world, we use around 100 billion barrel of oil equivalents of coal, oil, and natural gas every year. So 100 billion times 4.5-ish is approximately 400 billion human worker equivalents that we're adding to the global economy, in addition to the work of around 5 billion real human workers. And we don't think about this. We take it for granted. We explain everything by technology and money and don't think about the energy and the ecology that is powering our system. So what this has done in the last century or so is it's increased the wages for billions of humans. It's increased the profits. It's reduced the price of things. And it's increased the size and the scale of the human enterprise, measured by the number of people and the amount of goods and services consumed per person. The human economy right now is 1,000 times bigger than it was just 5 centuries ago. So we have treated these fossil energy as if it were interest. But it's really principle that we're drawing down, and we're becoming heavily dependent on this finite resource. Our economy is 99%, our GDP, which is a measure of our goods and services, is 99% linked to energy and 100% linked to materials. The orange line here shows global economic growth. The purple line is the material footprint, so energy and materials. And the green line is our CO2 footprint. Our CO2 footprint is going up. It's going up at a slightly lower pace than our energy use because we are scaling renewable energy faster than we're scaling fossil energy, but we're still hitting all-time high emissions, and we just hit all-time high coal use in July, despite the growth in renewables. But something that we don't consider, because everyone on this call and our parents and our grandparents have all been alive during a time when our access to energy increased every year, with the exception of recessions, is that we are all alive during what historically might be called the carbon pulse, which is this tiny, tiny sliver in geologic time where we're drawing down fossil carbon millions of times faster than it was trickle charged in Earth's natural resource battery by photosynthesis in the past. So we have been 300,000 years as a species, and here's what that pulse will look like during that sort of a time frame. Here's what it looks like on a 20,000 foot time frame, and here's what it looks like on a 1,000 foot time frame. We are somewhere in the middle of that carbon pulse. Now, there are two narratives about this. There's one narrative, which is drill, baby, drill. This is a graph showing United States oil production. We hit a peak in 1970, and then 40 years almost of decline. And then technology overcame this oil depletion, and we made new highs in oil production. Well, here's the same graph viewed a little bit differently. We did peak in 1970, and that was the high quality conventional oil in the lower 48 states. Then we added the oil from the North Slope of Alaska, which isn't contiguous to the lower 48, but it is part of the United States. Then we added the blue, which was oil under the Gulf of Mexico, which wasn't even on land, it was in the ocean. And then we added the red, which is light tight oil, also called shale oil, which is in the Permian, the Bakken, and other shale plays. This oil is special because it is the source rock There is nothing left after that. It is where all the original oil migrated from, and it depletes very rapidly. At around 80%, a well depletes in the first 18 months, and then we need to drill again. So this is effectively, we're draining America first, and we don't even talk about this. So real quickly on renewable energy is a little bit of a misnomer, because yes, it's true, the sun and the wind are renewable, but the machinery that we use to harness the sun and the wind has to be replaced every 20 or 30 years. So at best, it's rebuildable. And it doesn't directly replace what fossil fuels do, because there are different energy properties. Renewable is kinetic energy as opposed to potential energy, which means that it's moving electrons that we have to use right then, whereas potential energy is stored and we can flick a switch and use it. So our modern society infrastructure is designed around energy-dense, storable, transportable liquid fuel, and renewables are the right answer, I argue, to the wrong question. I think we can construct a viable civilization with renewable technology and declining fossil fuels, just not this one, just not at this level of consumption. This is a graph from one of my academic papers. The dotted line with the red arrow shows human demand during the day and night. The flat dotted line is nuclear power. The real dark line that goes up and down is wind power. So what ends up happening is both nuclear and wind are very divergent from when we want energy and need energy. Sometimes they produce not at all enough, and sometimes they overproduce. And so we need complicated machinery and lots of technology and batteries and other things in order to navigate this. Whereas natural gas, we just flick a switch and turn on the plant, and when there's no more demand, we turn it off. It's much more flexible. Briefly on materials, wind, solar renewables also require rare earth metals, which are also finite. They have destructive mining and industrial processes, many of which are primarily located in countries in the global south. Look at the materials and minerals used on the top bars in an electric car versus a conventional car. So as we scale, as we try to decarbonize our economy, we're going to at the same time rematerialize. And this is going to result the further degradation of land, natural systems, and as I mentioned, in the global south. Real briefly on money, when I was 14, my dad told me where babies came from, but he never told me where money came from. And money is effectively a claim on energy. When we spend money, it is spent on something that that needed energy to mine, create, deliver, repair, maintain, dispose of. So money in the economy are really a way to measure the total energy we burn. And so to grow the economy, we need to consume more energy, and money is just a marker for that. When we run into economic problems that we can't solve, we create debt. And debt functions as a claim on future energy and pulls it from the future to today. And on a finite planet, this is effectively taking resources from future people and future ecosystems. So this green chart here shows the GDP of the United States, and the black chart shows our debt. We have grown, I was born in the late 1960s, we have grown our debt more every single year than we've grown our GDP, and this is also unsustainable. Technology. So some technology creates new ways to produce energy, like a new geothermal or a new solar, or a way to make a power plant more efficient using coal or natural gas. but most technology is a vector for more energy, more ways to consume energy. The average American household has 65 devices plugged into the wall, drawing down energy, even if they're turned off. And so what we do is we get more efficient over time, but the whole system grows over time. So most of our energy is doing things that we used to do manually or with draft animals. But since it's so cheap, it has allowed us to scale all of our energy use. This is kind of a complicated graph, but I'll briefly talk about it. The blue bars show milking a cow, and the blue shows the wage difference between milking by hand or using 180 times more energy using intermediate automated milking techniques. And then the tall blue bar on the right is a fully automated cow milking system that uses 400 times the energy as just a human does. So the story of industrialization has been humans adding vast amounts of fossil energy to processes we used to do manually, and this has boosted our wages and our profits and lowered the price of things. But what ends up happening is as energy prices double or triple, the benefits and the wages and the profits start to decline, and the really energy intensive processes like aluminum smelting or air travel or things like that, when prices triple, we are now operating at a loss, shown in the gray bars here in a tripling of energy. This is what happened to much of Europe last year after the Ukraine-Russia situation caused natural gas prices to spike. There were lots of companies that no longer could be profitable and had to outsource to different areas. So humans get more efficient over time because we get better inventions and we invent things. And we get about 1% more efficient over time, this shown for the last 200 years. But at the same time we're getting more efficient, we're building more and more energy. So this shows that the biomass, coal, oil, natural gas, hydro, nuclear, solar, and wind as a global culture over the last 200 years. And what ends up happening is since 1990, because we've been so profitable, even though we have an increase of efficiency of 37%, our energy consumption has increased 63%. This is called Jevons paradox. And as long as GDP is our cultural goal, efficiency is just going to lead to funneling the profits back into an energy and ecosystem destroying system. So far, there has been no paradigm shift or green revolution because new energy sources are additive. They're not subtracting out from coal, oil, and gas. Our total global energy consumption continues to increase. Briefly on feelings, we have the same evolutionary brains as our ancestors. And we go through life trying to match the emotional states of our ancestors. And often this type of wiring is hijacked by supernormal stimuli on our phones and cognitive biases and looking at other humans and trying to emulate them to raise our social status. And all this stuff also has acted, especially with Madison Avenue and marketing, as a way to increase our consumption and not to increase our happiness. So we really have Stone Age minds in a modern, very high-tech culture. Many of you on the call probably don't need me to catalog the environmental problems of our time, but this entire economic system has a very deleterious effect on nature. You're all aware of climate change, the impact on oceans. There are other things that are not as often talked about. Since I've been alive on the planet, we've lost 70% of populations of animals, birds, insects, and fish. We are losing sperm count up to 2% a year due to endocrine disrupting chemicals. We're losing insect biomass due to pesticides, between 1% and 2% a year. There's all kinds of environmental impacts. It's not just climate change. There is the expansion of the human enterprise is encroaching on the natural world. So this was a super basic overview, and I'm going to have some conclusions that our society is energy blind. We don't recognize the fundamental importance of fossil energy and the ecology of the world to human success. We tell stories about it's how our cleverness and our economic rules and our technology, but all of that is on a pyramid of fossil energy and productive Earth ecosystems. Climate change is not the problem. It is a symptom of a much larger dysfunction that we're living unsustainably on non-renewable resources. The global human economy right now is 19 terawatts continuously running. That's equivalent of 190 billion 100-watt light bulbs that are turned on 24/7. And this is a huge army of fossil helpers that are added to our global system. We can use technology and our cleverness to continue centuries into the future, but it's not going to be at the size and the scale. And we actually have to reduce the size and the scale, especially of our CO2 and our material footprint on nature, if we're going to have a livable biosphere. Economic growth has been the case for the last 150 years, with the exception of some energy crises and recessions. But in human history, it has been an anomaly. For the last 2,000 years, there were two 500-year periods of flat to declining growth. And we've all treated this last 50 years, especially, as if it's the way things should be. We've been living an anomalous existence. GDP is just a measure of how much stuff we burn. Every single good and service on the planet started somewhere with a small fire. Our national and our global objective is to raise GDP. It is disconnected from the well-being of our citizens and of our ecosystems. So we're going to have a serious conversation on how to use all this energy and materials instead of having billions of barrels of ancient sunlight turned into microliters of dopamine. We're going to maybe have some alternative goals. Renewable energy is the right answer to the wrong question. We're using it right now to grow the total human system, and we have to think of a way to use it in tandem with declining fossil carbon towards some longer-term system. Some of the things I'm talking about here are uncomfortable to say at high-level political meetings or even within universities, because it has uncomfortable implications for our tenure and our salaries and how our institutions are going to manage the coming decades. And therefore, I've decided that my focus is on older people, 65 and older, and younger people, 25 and under, because they are mature enough, smart enough and they care enough to understand these things, but they're not part of the energy hungry metabolic superorganism that our society has become. They don't have bosses or babies or mortgages or things like that. So I think educating youth on the systems reality of our situation is one of the most important things we can do. We have 240 million college students in the world, and 30% of them are choosing business as a degree. With all this stuff in the backdrop, that business doesn't include all the things that I've been talking about so far. There are many pathways forward. I think economic growth, were it to continue, would mean that the size and the scale of the human economy would double every 30 years. So you teenagers on this call, that would mean that the size and the scale of the human economy will be 4 times larger than it is today when you're in your 70s and 80s. Is that possible? Is that desirable? What happens if that does happen? What happens if it doesn't happen? Those are pretty central questions. So a future human ecosystem, we're still going to need technology. We're still going to have some monetary marker. Hopefully we will use energy and materials smarter to get the same sort of neurotransmitter cocktail of our ancestors and less pollution. This is a favorite scientist of mine, Ilya Prigogine, had a quote: "When a system is far from equilibrium, small islands of coherence can shift the entire system." And this is my hope for maybe not the entire university system, but some educators around the world can use a system science lens to not only integrate how the human ecosystem fits together, but to prepare young humans in a fully stacked behavioral way with mental health, with skill sets, with learning about the subjects that matter to the future that is coming. And I have hope for that. So a few guideposts for the future in my short time with you today. And there's a lot of things that I would suggest. But one thing is we have become so siloed, and we only talk to people within our own topic or the thing, our special thing that we talk about. We're going to need to have a mimetic tribe diplomacy where we suppress our own identities and be part of a larger conversation to maintain a social contract and keep trust in our fellow citizens alive. This is difficult. We're probably going to have to learn to live with materially less stuff. This doesn't have to be a disaster. The average American consumes around 2,200 calories, but outside of real food. But outside of our body, we consume 220,000 kilocalories per day. So the average American has a 100 times exosomatic footprint in the lights, in the gasoline, in the airlines, in the shopping centers, in the high rises, and all that stuff. We don't need 100 times more energy than our bodies physically need to live happy and healthy lives. If I ask everyone on this call, what were the best 5 memories of your life? If you're like most people, most of them did not require a lot of energy or money. They were time with loved ones, or playing cards or a board game with a bunch of your friends, or spending time in nature, or hanging out with your dog, or things like that. So the only reason that we're on this rat race is it's what everyone else in our society is striving for, but we're probably given fossil fuel depletion and this energy surplus. It's like we're a cheetah chasing a gazelle. The gazelles are getting smaller, and we might have to shift to rabbits, metaphorically. We are going to need tech. Tech is going to be very important to livable futures, but we probably need to think about investing in appropriate tech, maybe sodium batteries instead of lithium batteries. We're ultimately going to have to find technology that gives us the human brain services that we really need, instead of a lot of virtual reality and energy intensive technology that gives us fleeting experiences. So as young people, I'm sure you are tired of older people like me giving you recommendations. So instead, I'm going to give you some challenges. Social media is an amazing tool used to connect and start movements around the world. And a lot of my own organization's work is based on it. It's created an important place in our world. Yet study after study is telling us that we are increasingly happier the more time we're not on social media. And the energy requirements that come from transferring all that data around the world lightning fast is almost all based on fossil fuels. Almost 20% of our electricity use goes to powering the cloud and related devices. So being more mindful about how we use this would go a long way for us personally and for our impact on Earth. We are social primates. We compare ourselves to others. My suggestion is to focus on your absolute happiness rather than your comparative situation, comparing yourself to others. This is easier said than done, but it's easy to get wrapped up in social comparison and flexing. And even at college, you're showing which t-shirts or shoes or things you have. And it takes deep personal reflection and maturity to be happy by yourself instead of being externally validated. And be aware of this. When thinking about a purchase, think about if it's truly serving an increase in your well-being or if there are other subliminal reasons. Go out into nature. This doesn't need to be traveling around the country or the globe. This is more likely explore your own state or province than you have in a long time. Explore your local surroundings, learn to know the flora and the fauna, and learn to forage and re-engage your personal connection with nature that you are a part of, like this squirrel. Give yourself a 24-hour vacation from other people and electronic media in a place that you personally find meaningful, and ask yourself, who do I wish to be in this life? Why do I wish that? And how might that be made real? The answers are for you alone, and you'll find you'll be glad to have them. We are not alive at a normal time. What's happening is an emergent response of decisions and phenomenon that happened long ago. There are no easy answers. And I think one of the best pieces of advice or a challenge to you is when you're with other human beings talking about things that are of value and importance to you, even if there are no solutions provided, it reduces your cortisol, which is a stress hormone. It boosts your helper T cells, which help your immune system. It is very important to talk and process with other humans. And as young people, please try and surround yourself by other young men and women who share your principles. And hopefully you have a life ethic. Being on this call, being concerned about climate change, find the people that you want to share this journey with. Second to last, do something for the benefit of someone else that nobody else, including that person, will ever know. Examine closely the complex feelings this causes to arise within you as a first step in sorting social motivation from personal altruism at a young age. This funny-looking character's name is DJ White. He was the co-founder of Greenpeace International. He's also written 3 college textbooks with me that are the basis of my class, Reality 101. This is when he was 23. He had a geology degree and he lived in Indianapolis. All he knew was that he loved cetaceans, whales and dolphins, but there were no whales and dolphins in Indiana. So he bought a one-way ticket to Hawaii and volunteered to clean dolphin poop out of the aquarium cages. And eventually he became the single most successful environmental activist of our time dealing with ocean issues. His organization, Earth Trust, stopped all the drift nets in the oceans in the 1980s. He stopped the only dolphin drive kill ever, and it's not even public because that was part of the agreement in Taiwan. He had the deal with international tuna companies to have dolphin-free tuna. All of this because he just took a single step in a direction that was something he was passionate about and he cared about. He had no plan. He didn't know what was going to come next, and it was okay to not know that. He just took a step in the direction. Follow where your gut leads you. Not only will you be intrinsically motivated in the world, better than following the money, but you're going to gain experiences that are unique to you and making you a unique contributor to society. I don't need to tell you all that really our blue-green planet that we consider home is at stake. You're all on this call, so you're aware of that. This protecting Earth's ecosystems and the 10 million other species we share the planet with is what I'm most passionate about in my work. And my final closing message is to protect the Earth. We need to understand the full scope of the systemic problem we face and respond accordingly. We all have a role to play. At the same time, we have lives to lead. You all have full, rich, and purposeful lives ahead of you. Don't forget to experience them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nate. That was incredible. We'll open it up for any Q&A if anyone has questions. Carrie?
Thank you, Sammy. And Professor Nate, I just want to tell you that I'm one of your biggest fans out here. I stumble upon your video on the oil. I'm currently teaching chemistry to high school juniors. And I always thought, oh, I'm going to teach them all about how to solve the world problem. And, my last unit was on ocean acidification. But from your video, I realized, wow, oil is the economy. And it's a global, there's nothing I can do to change the current scenario. It made me feel really powerless. But I think it also gave me a different awareness of how big the problem is. And it really takes a whole global village to solve this world problem. So I just want to tell you thank you. And I'm going to, let other people speak because I do tend to hog the podium quite a bit. But I just want to thank you for enlightening me so much and really enjoy your presentation always.
Thanks, Carrie. In the introduction, people said that I'm teaching at the University of Minnesota. I haven't done that in 2 years because I'm busy with the podcast and other things. But when I did teach, a lot of the students took my class. It was called Reality 101 because they were worried about climate change. And at the end of the semester, they're like, oh my God, I learned so many more things that I was concerned about that I never imagined that were kind of depressing and heavy. But I actually feel less of a burden because I now understand how things fit together. And I think that's a mature, healthy response. It is totally natural to understand what's happening with climate, with polarization, with our political system, with our economy, and feel some grief and sadness about it. Because if you disregarded that or were unaffected, that would be a sociopathic response, in my opinion. So your overwhelm is natural, and I get overwhelmed at times. There's something called the pre-tragic, where we're just naively hopeful about everything. There's the tragic, when we're seeing the loss of polar bears or poor people suffering, or we're just feeling that. And then there's the post-tragic, which is where we come to terms with the reality and we become functional in our work and engage. And I go back and forth between the post-tragic, and then I learn something new and I go back to the tragic for a while. But this is the importance of having friends and networks to engage with on this important work. So thank you for your thanks. Other questions, comments? Chakri.
Thanks, Nate. My challenge is more with folks who are environmentally sensitive. And what I'm seeing is we're not able to talk together to amplify this message. I think that's more of a concern because it's in my sphere of influence and concern as well. And that's the challenge for me. And wondering if you can offer some advice in that direction.
What is the challenge? Why are you having that difficulty with people that are environmentally sensitive? Oh, you're on mute now.
Right now. Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it comes from a couple of different. I mean, the way I'm categorizing it is we're beginning from different positions, different contexts, and so the conversation is starting from different points of view, and so we're not able to sync up. It looks like as if we're headed in the same direction, but we're talking so differently that it seems like we're talking past each other. I think that's the biggest challenge. Yeah.
I get it. Welcome to my world. I've been doing this for 20 years, and there are so many different issues that people are passionate about. And it's very difficult to suppress your own issue and learn about another issue, but everything is connected. I don't think everyone will converge on this meta crisis framing because it's complex, it's abstract. There are no easy answers. Famous people aren't talking about this. So it's okay for some people to just focus on social justice or just focus on climate change. But we also need people that can understand all the things and go from group to group and create a movement on how things fit together. I find if there's someone who has a totally different focus than I do, to try to become friends with them on things that we care about, like dogs or sports or something like that. And then eventually you are considered one of their friends, and then you can expand on these topics. But what you just mentioned is one of the deepest challenges of our society right now is we have too many different voices and stories without flying up high enough and looking how the system interconnects. And if I had easy answers, we wouldn't have had to have this Zoom call. But I do think the world is rapidly converging on this synthesis where everything it fits together. And the more people that understand this and have a life ethic and want to roll up their sleeves and play a role, the better the outcome will be. What I like to say, I don't think as Carrie said, we're not going to change the system by leaving fossil fuels in the ground or something like that. But what we can do is change the initial conditions of the future by changing the hearts and minds of lots more humans. At least that's what I believe. Okay, Sammy, you have your hand up?
Yeah, when I was choosing what to study in college, I resonated so much with what you were saying about how students are just going and choosing business and they're kind of totally blind to what's actually occurring. And I feel like I experienced that. I was really blind to the full depths and multi-dimensional, complexities of issues like climate change. And I felt like if I had known that information before, I would live a much different existence. Like I didn't really have systems to interface with that would give me that information that I could act on. But I did want to help in the world. And so I'm curious how you see those islands of coherence that you were talking about being manifested into tangible and scalable solutions that can educate youth and empower them on the system's reality of our situation and global crises.
We're going to need different education systems, and I think some of this stuff will happen automatically. There are already some alternatives to the current normal education system. I don't know how the systems of coherence will happen, but I see lots of good questions in the world. People are converging on better questions, and I think it's okay to not know. I think if you find someone who knows all the answers to the future, you should run away very quickly because this situation is so complex and there's a no analog situation. I'll just be honest, I don't know the answer to your question, but I feel like we're moving in that direction, and I haven't felt that ever before. Just the last 6 months, the interest in this story and the feedback. I mean, I think COVID started people's recognition that something wasn't quite right, and then the Russia, NATO, Ukraine situation and its impact on energy has really, especially in Europe, caused people to wake up. And obviously, climate change is becoming undeniable even to people who have been denying it. So we're approaching this conversation. There's some hands up here, but I don't want to break the rules. Megan, I'm not going to have time to read all the questions. So should I just keep calling on hands, or do you want to, on their behalf, read those questions, or how should we proceed?
Sammy, I'll defer to you. What do you do?
Oh, we can start with the raised hands, and then I can read the questions if we have time.
Okay, sounds good. Mary Carmen.
Hi, Nate, and everyone. I'm Mari Carmen from Peru. Nate, I have been following your work and your podcast since I heard the interview that Tom Pickram from UCL made to you, I think, months ago. I have been following your conversation with Daniel Schmachtenberger and Nora Bateson, and they have been wonderful. I think you're doing a great job teaching us all how to perceive these subjects and these topics. And I lead a nonprofit organization that work in isolated communities in the High Andes and also here in Lima. And I also lead experiential educational programs for foreigners in my country. And to be honest, I feel very confused, I guess, on how to approach or how to implement our projects. For instance, we work in communities that don't have sanitation systems or electricity, and the communities want very typical systems that we know are not good for environment, and probably they're not going to be able to get it. But it's also part of they want to be recognized through services as well. And I guess I struggle a lot on how to approach some sort of eradication of poverty or promotion of well-being by implementing projects that I know that will generate some sort of danger to our planet. And today I was just giving a talk to Chinese students that want to come to Peru, and it's a wonderful opportunity to get to know different cultures and to generate, I guess, relationships and social networks. But I think we were all concerned of how should we generate less danger to our climate if at the same time we want to reduce poverty. Thank you so much for everything you do. Your podcast is my favorite, especially the Frankly episodes. The one with the 10 things that make you happy was just made me cry a bit. It was beautiful. Thank you for the organizers of this event. It was amazing.
Muchas gracias, Mary Carmen. I've been to Peru. Some of my best memories. I love your country. I've been to Machu Picchu. I feel very blessed to have been there. When we talk about what's coming, and I refer to it as a great simplification, it's not evenly distributed. So if I talk about poverty and well-being, that means different things in the United States than it might mean in Peru or Bangladesh or elsewhere. When people talk about when is this going to happen, what they really mean is when is this going to happen to me? Because these sort of economic crises are already happening in many countries around the world: Syria, Ukraine, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, many other places. I had a woman on my podcast from Lebanon, and in the last 3 years, the GDP, the size of the Lebanese economy, has dropped 50%. and their currency has dropped 90%. And she's still working on climate change. What she's trying to do is create new packaging technologies using renewable inputs that are abundantly found in Lebanon, like algae or potatoes. And, she's quite earnest and happy, which is hard for us to imagine in a culture that has dropped 50% in GDP. I don't know the answer because if you are honest and you list the 10 best things for the environment, almost all 10 would be the worst things for human comfort and convenience. So we have to start uniting those things so that there's some overlap with them. As to poverty, I think there is a bifurcation of that term. I think we tend to imply economic poverty when that's true. There are a lot of marginalized people that have been left out of our economic system. Yet paradoxically, many of those people, perhaps in your own community, are economically disadvantaged, but they're socially resilient and socially have better networks and community than rich people who sit in their houses and order stuff from Amazon. And we're going to need people again. And so social capital and natural capital, human capital, our skills and built capital are going to eventually be more important than financial capital. So again, well, you follow my podcast, so you know this. I've spent 20 years trying to put together the framework of how these things fit together. That doesn't mean I'm an expert on the solutions, because I'm not. I think we're going to have to figure out a way as a culture to use less energy and materials and hopefully change our value systems to care about the future and the ecosystems of this earth more than our economic system currently ascribes value to. Because if we changed our prices to include the cost of damage to the environment, we should do that. But if we did that, it would prick the economic bubble, because this cell phone would be $3,000 instead of $400. And this plastic bottle of water would be $9 instead of $2, for instance. So the more that we try to protect our environment truly, the less consumption there will be aligned with that. And I don't have the answers to that, but I think it lies in that direction. Sorry, I am giving long-winded answers. Carrie, you're next, then Benny.
Thank you so much for being here. This has just been absolutely fascinating. And many of us know each other, converse, and there are many different groups, but we're all understanding that the things you're sharing are the most important things we have as humanity and anything alive. And just, it's really profound the way that you level set with things. So a project that some of us are working on is a global utility for climate change resolution and adaptation, supporting interrelated crises. What would you spice in and add to that? If you're walking around with your backpack full of things that you think should be in something like that, what would you just toss in?
A utility, like an electric utility, that sort of a utility?
If you were to make a global utility to help humanity and the natural world respond to the changing climate, what are a couple of the things that you'd do?
One thing, and I don't know how to do this per se, but one thing I would do is put a global tax on not only carbon, but anything non-renewable on human timescales. And in order to pay for that, I would simultaneously remove a tax on humans. 95% of our taxes are on humans, income tax and corporations. But if we taxed water from fossil aquifers and copper and lithium and natural gas and oil, then our things would be, what would happen would be, things would be a lot more expensive. So people would conserve, and we would be sending signals to developers and technology innovators on the real prices of things. It would also encourage renewable energy development, because the biggest cost for renewable energy is human labor, which is renewable. So that's something I would put in the utility for the future toolkit. I would also say about the single biggest thing that we can do now, which is a no regret strategy, in addition to education, is community building and community resilience. Building relationships with other humans ahead of the time when we're going to be forced to do that. Even if you're not talking about these issues necessarily, or you're not coming up with solutions necessarily, is getting to know people in real community where you live, because we've just lived through a period where we didn't need to do that. So I think that's quite important, and also people can get overwhelmed because the climate challenge is so big, because there's this macro out of control system that we feel a lack of agency in. We do have agency with our local ecosystems. And one thing to put in such a toolkit is have some life brigade or a core of ecosystem protectors, core of CORPS, in Topeka, Kansas, or Rapid City, South Dakota, or wherever you live, where you've got 10 or 50 people that meet every Saturday and do ecosystem restoration and regenerative agriculture, and not as a job, but as part of your meaning of being alive and contributing. And you generate the social capital, but you're also helping your local ecosystems. So those are a few things I would add. Benny, and then Tracy, if Tracy still has her hand up.
Hey, Nate. I love that answer, by the way. Thank you for coming on, and I hope you had a good trip to Norway, or was it Norway or Sweden?
It was Sweden. Yes, it was a good trip. Benny is the reason I'm here with you all today. He twisted my arm, says, Nate, you have to come to this thing.
Yeah, I gave him an Indian rug burn. But anyways, so my question has to do with what your thoughts are about what kind of like job niches will be relevant to the future world, given, I guess, like all the factors of like AI, and like what would you advise, I guess specifically people in my younger age group, to spend time like studying, and what skills to develop that will be relevant. And I know it's like there's certain things that are just unpredictable, but yeah, just your thoughts on those ideas.
Well, it's a great question. And I know there are some educators on this call, so I may not give the answer that the educators want to hear. I will just give you my honest answer. You're right. We don't know what's going to happen. I think the easiest, simplest, honest answer is study and pursue something that you're passionate about. But having said that, there are many majors that you might be curious and interested about that are not necessarily going to lead to not only good jobs, but any jobs, because I think we have this cultural narrative that after high school, everyone goes to college and goes into debt. And we've changed from the original premise of giving people a liberal arts education, which is this really is kind of a systems overview of how the world works, to training them to get little rubber stamps of status badges and put them into the workforce. And I think we really need people to have skills and mental health and networks and a knowledge of how the world works. I think given that, you could study anything you want to. You could study to be a lawyer, which on the surface you might not think is going to have a huge role in the future I'm describing. But if you go to law school, they teach you how to think and solve problems. So I really do think you can't go wrong by studying science and the STEM fields, because science is going to be needed. I just don't think we're going to have as many luxury game things. We're going to be more focused on basic needs. So I could see plumbers and small engine repair people having jobs when political science majors don't, sort of thing. But at the end of the day, invest in yourself and in your own. I at the end of my class, I say, sharpen the sword, and you are the sword. Continue to get better and kind of try to suppress the consensus trance of what society is telling you to do, and have the discipline and courage and curiosity to follow your own path. But we're probably headed into a world that's economically worse off than the last generation or so, but that doesn't mean it has to be terrible. Some of my students, not even from my recommendation, just organically in Minneapolis, started dumpster diving, and they love it. They go like places that they know the routines, where they throw out one-day-old loaves of bread, and they don't do it because they're broke. They do it because they love playing the game and getting free food. And so they're going through their hunter-gatherer algorithms, and that's just one of their responses. Now, that as a general recommendation sounds weird, but that's the problem. There is not one recommendation for everyone. So I think invest in yourself and know what you are interested in is probably the best advice. Tracy, you had your hand up earlier.
I think I was just doing a thumbs up or something.
Okay.
Maybe there's chat questions we can go back to. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
we do have a question from John in the chat. Hi, Nate. Please offer any suggestions on how to approach cultural evolution into a transformational consciousness.
Thanks, John. So as you know, we are a product of millions of years of evolution, but biological evolution happens too slowly to influence what's happening in coming century or even decades. Cultural evolution happens lightning fast, and we have been alive at a time where conspicuous consumption and displays of largesse and wealth has been not only socially accepted, but socially lauded. And I think that does not always have to be the case. The Potlatch Indians in Washington State used to get their social status by giving away as much as they could and throwing lavish feasts. So humans will always seek status, but how we measure the status can change quite rapidly. So I would love to see the minimalist movement be applied to a cultural wide evolution, that after basic needs are met, which arguably they're not for a lot of humans, but after basic needs are met, the best things in life are free. A movement towards self-worth being the new net worth. And if you're the only person in a city that subscribes to after basic needs are met, the best things in life are free, and my self-worth is my new net worth, it's going to be a lonely path for you. But if 5% or 8% of the people in that town or community ascribe to that, then you have a tribe of people that see, the problem with our addictive culture right now is we're like awash in dopamine all the time. And dopamine itself isn't bad. It's what we're doing with the dopamine, all these supernormal stimulation and immediate feedback and things like that. The reason that it's hard to change isn't that people disagree with what I'm saying today. It's that they don't have an alternative for serotonin and oxytocin and endorphins that is culturally available. because I'm sure you saw the rat park example where rats will continue to drink this sugary solution or cocaine until they'll even stop eating until they die. But similarly, if they're placed and given the same drug access in a rat park with lots of other rats and cool things to do and fun, they totally avoid the drugs. So cultural evolution, we need to create pilots and ways of doing things differently that people are attracted to, not forced to, but I want to live like those people. I'm going to go hang out with them. And that's how cultural evolution starts somehow, I think.
What role does technology play in that process?
I don't know, because technology right now is, with Benny mentioned artificial intelligence. AI is kind of the one ring in the Lord of the Rings Mordor story, and it is going to accelerate everything and make everything faster and better, including resource extraction and more carbon. We need technology. I think we need to change the cultural goals in our cultural story, which will empower technology to do things better. Right now, I'm afraid that technology is locked into this metabolism of we get better at technology, we feed the profits back into the energy hungry superorganism, and then we have more technology and more consumption. And somehow we have to break that cycle and use technology for appropriate tech. I've had this guy, Chris DeDecker, on my podcast twice. He runs something called Low Tech Magazine, which is using technology to give humans the brain services, the feelings that they need and want by using vastly less energy. One of the examples he gave, which I'm not advocating, it's just an example, is instead of having natural gas or coal-fired heat, he heats up water bottles and puts them by his feet in the nighttime in the winter in Spain. A simple thing, but we're going to need more ideas like that. I think technology is not going to solve our problems. Our problems are cultural, and we're going to have to mature as a species and then revisit technology. So I'm not a Luddite. I think we're at a point in our history where technology is not the main answer to what we face.
I'm curious how you see those trends scaling in the time available without technology, because I'm really interested in what you're saying about the value shifts and so on. And I'm wondering if there's any ideas in the back of your head around how to support.
So you mean using the devil's tools to do Gaia's work, as it were, like using technology in a clever way for social media to connect youth around the world towards different movements and things like that? Do you mean more on a local scale, or do you mean on a global, tech development scale? Because there's lots of ways to use the tools we have now towards better outcomes. I just think technology writ large isn't where the answers are going to lead. Personally, I think we need to empower the artists and the storytellers and the theaters and the writers and the poets to tell a different story about humanity. And once we have changed the arc of where we're headed, then we invite the architects and the engineers and the developers. But that's just a conception in my mind. I don't know the path, Sadie.
It's important to hear that from you, because it is true. Like the team that put this summit on is the Unity team at World System Solutions. And some of this kind of equanimous values and way of living that you're bringing forth I'm just curious on how to scale that, because I feel like the artists do have a platform, and yet there's so much polarity in the culture. And I'm just wondering how, although you offered 5 really beautiful ways that we can work on ourselves, I'm just wondering how we can proactively kind of scale that through the culture.
My only answer is to do more of these talks and pass the baton of a systems understanding and a pro-life ethic to more humans, and hopefully something emergent will happen, because I'm just not an expert on Discord or social connections or even technology for that matter. But I appreciate the question, and I know it's an important one. I just don't have a great answer for you. Carrie, at the risk of being overly hogging the mic, you have your hand up again. But you're on mute if you're talking. All right, not Carrie. Who else has questions, comments? Was there anything more in the chat?
Sorry, yes.
Carrie, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Nate, even though you're not teaching right now, but I still consider you one of the favorite professors. So I think I would love to get something concrete. My next unit, so I've taught atomic structure just this past quarter, and then I'm switching to molecules now. And I know you talked about hydrocarbon. What would be one thing you can get the educator to engage our next gen to be excited about the future of humanity when we're talking about, can we drive this super organism not to self-destruction, but to something that actually thrives, that can utilize photosynthesis better, and instead of just taxing our principles. And so I love to just hear something that's concrete that I can use as an educator and engage the students to be thinking about the future of humanity.
What sort of a molecule or what sort of a strategy? I'm not clear on the question. I think we might have lost her. I think you all can.
Sorry. It's just that they had to give me access to unmute.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I think what you're saying is so valid, right? You talked about oil is the economy. And I teach chemistry. And so originally I thought, okay, we could just reduce the usage of hydrocarbon, but that's not really the issue right now, right? We've already shifted the equilibrium. What is one way that you can provide us educators to engage our students better in this situation right now, and get them better engaged to think about innovative ways? Because I could tell you, I gave a whole lecture on ocean acidification, and the kids are still using plastic like.
Yeah. I understand. So I think, well, here's my honest answer. Our species is a wonderful innovator, tool maker, and problem solver. But now the problem is global, and it can't neatly be fixed by a new technological invention. We've kicked so many cans in the last century. There may be another can to kick. Maybe AI or blockchain might boost our productivity for another decade or so at the cost of ecosystem damage. I think the next can to kick is in our minds, to be honest. I think you on this call are the first generation of our species, which since we turned Homo sapiens at 20 years per generation, that's 15,000 generations of our species. To really have the ability to understand where we came from, how we got here, what we need, what the natural resource asset and liability balance sheet of planet Earth is, and what are some of the pathways forward. And I think the real innovation that we really need is in our minds, to have full stack, behaviorally solid humans that have networks and interdevelopment and wisdom on top of intelligence, and start living differently with our behaviors and use that as a pilot for informing other people. And I know that is probably not going to go over well in a chemistry class, but once we have that, then we have better chemistry, using bamboo or hemp to give us things that we need instead of fossil hydrocarbons, as an example. But I personally think the conversation is ultimately in psychology and in our minds, and not so much in changing and growing our supply side of the economy. More questions, comments? I'm looking around at the faces. Chakri is smiling at least. So I'll take that as a positive. And then there are many other people who are off screen. Tracy's also smiling. Amy looks kind of serious. Oh no, there's a smile. And Megan sent me a heart. So are there any other questions, comments? I hope this was helpful. I never really know what to say, so I just say what I think.
Nate, thank you so much for being here with us. It was a fantastic presentation. We're wondering if you'd be able to stay for a few minutes with us to hear from our CEO, John, on our strategy.
Uh-oh, now I'm nervous. Yes, I will stay a few more minutes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. It's truly been an incredible presentation. We're really grateful that you came. And thanks again, Benny, for the invitation to him. It's awesome. So now I'd like to turn it to our CEO and founder of the WSS. He's also the architect of the Phoenix platform. We're going to kick it over to John Jones for the final closing statements. Thank you so much.
Hello, and first we want to start out by saying thank you very much, Nate. Everything that you've said is brilliant and insightful, thought-provoking, supportive, and empowering. And we are in great gratitude for your presence here. And we hope to continue this conversation with you in future. We see you as a very empowering person and a helpful person in the world. And we see potential for collaborative process or synergy. That said, that's just a forever open invitation. And so again, thank you.
Thank you.
We have sorry. We have a couple of slides that would be useful to discuss in this moment, and then we want to communicate the way that you folks online now can connect with us in future. Actually, that might be the better slide to start with. So this information as far as we understand, was generated originally in the 1970s and projected a challenging dynamic for humanity moving beyond 2023. In terms of resources, increase in pollution, increase in temperature, increase in deaths, and a general realized incapacity for us as a species to be able to continue to grow in numbers, modernize, and retain a functional societal process and a functional global economy. And we're, of course, hoping that this won't be the case. And we want to work to ensure that this is not the case. And it seems likely that some version of this is a probable future for humanity in many different scenarios. So whether this is perceived to be an accurate representation of the probable future or not. We're working from this information as if it is. So we're building our strategies, our approaches, our designs, our intentions to take into account these types of dynamics, these a significant diminishment of resources, whether it's fossil fuels or food, water, or other types of resources, including many different types of technology. And so we want to say we agree with what you were saying very much, Nate, about the great simplification being the likely probable scenario for our world, being required to do more with less, change our values, change our strategic and tactical decisions and actions in the world, and constantly learn as fast as we can in that rapidly pressurized and transformational process. So our hope is that as an organization, we can help diminish some of the transformational shocks and be a shock absorber, so to speak, simultaneous to offering global standard free education on when, where, how, and why to generate sustainability, to reduce waste, to reduce pollution, to proliferate technologies that move in the direction of sustainability as fast as we can, and to offer a venue for collaboration between nations, peoples, governments, for-profit, nonprofit organizations, educational facilities, so that they can share their best ideas, their best understandings at a nexus point, an integrative point of synthesis for understanding that can be an offering to humanity, a central one-stop shopping place for free information, free tools, so to speak, to develop solutions, solution strategies, prototypes, and to work collaboratively to deliver change at necessary scale. Right now, in our understanding, the world economy and the world political and social processes are not designed to affect such goals, and they don't even have the intention to do so, nor the requisite foundational understandings to do so. And there's a pressure that the various speakers up until this moment in our presentation have offered us. Malika brilliantly said it in her own way, how the historical choices of the past are domino affecting into the present and taking away options and generating unwise choices that are causing harm and pain and suffering. And we truly appreciate her messaging and the necessity of it. And Rajesh spoke of how to generate entrepreneurial capacity, the ability within young people to solve for problems, as well as to generate new economies that are sustainable in their foundations. And we feel that is an incredible opportunity to help shift humanity at its foundation into a direction of sustainability and out of its current trajectories of dysfunction, non-sustainability, overutilization of resources, unwise utilization of resources that are, in effect, in our view, a learning disability of the species globally, meaning our history itself, as it has been imbued into the consensus consciousness, is becoming a foundational incapacity to change constructively, intelligently, and cohesively and collectively. We're hoping to offer a nexus point, or a point where many of those groups that we feel you were speaking of, Nate, those points of coherence, if we look at those as imaginal cells within the caterpillar that could bring about a butterfly metamorphosis for humanity, a space and a place that would nurture them, offer them whatever they needed, and offer a potential networked venue for rapid expansion of that. However we would describe it, the 100th monkey theory transforming all of humanity, or seemingly disparate points of coherence that find their resonance with one another. We're hoping to generate a system that would support that, nurture that, augment it, catalyze it, empower it, and magnify and amplify it. And we're not saying that's feasible. We're hoping. Now, if this, we've spoken before metaphorically of something called shallow water blackout for deep divers, that on a single breath dive hundreds of feet underwater, and then they must swim on their own energy back to the surface. And some die 10 feet below the surface because they run out of oxygen or resources. And we're hoping humanity won't hit that point prior to the transformational shift occurring globally, that it won't run out of resources or enough, not just brain power, emotional power, love power, soul power, however we would describe it. And that it doesn't, and that those potential aggregations of those insights, those coherent, beautiful, caring insights, won't be shredded by a fundamental lack of resources or technology or ability to coordinate and communicate and collectively act in a well-organized, orchestrated way. That said, we are striving to plan even for such contingencies as that within available means. Paradoxically, the current feeding frenzy on AI, for example, seems likely to distract us from achieving sustainability rather than to directly and optimally support it. So we're hoping for understandings specifically on how we can help map any and all technologies to sustainability, to sort of use a thorn to dig out the splinter in our finger, so to speak, to use technology for good rather than as a way to feed our collective addictions to sensory input, desire, or negative emotions, anger, hatred, fear, prejudice, bias. So how we dial those prior tendencies down at scale is something that we see as vitally important for humanity. And that we see that as an offering of education, an offering of transformational mentoring and facilitation, a offering of models and methods and techniques so that people can gracefully understand when, where, how, and why they can change, why it's useful to change, and to offer them that path and that roadmap to change. And we feel that absent a collective effort in those regards, that many fantastic people in our world will continue doing fantastic, incredible, heroic things and not have a dynamic of aggregation and a support system for that aggregation to go. So that's one quick statement. Sorry for being so verbose. If we could go to the triangle slide. Sorry for the busyness of this slide. As Amy was saying in the beginning of the presentation, we feel that any and every strategy that occurs in the world from this point on, if it wants to be on target, if it wants to be coherent with sustainability, if it wants to be aligned and mapped to survival of the species without a massive reduction of population, and being a requisite part of the next step in our evolution, that it will map to these 3 points: reharmonization with the planet, renewal, conservation, regeneration, and rebalancing of the ecosystems, and generation of sustainability collectively for as many human beings as possible in our economic systems and our social systems, and generically the life process of humanity. And also that we will generate resilience within populations, cities, towns, states, nations, that's supported mutually between nations, recognizing that if any large nation or industrialized nation in our world collapses, it could create a domino effect of collapse across the world. It wouldn't just be one nation collapsing. And of course, generating solutions simultaneous to the climate crisis that map to these 3 prerequisites. And we feel that that if that lens fed and ground into precision by all available data and AI technology in particular, if it's applied in that way, can offer us that set of glasses, if you will, for the population of the human population, and political leaders and economic leaders, to allow them to see where we need to go and why, and why even their most competitive, materialistic, money-making focuses are not going to be able to continue as they are as time unfolds. And so they can simply accept, if they do, that that's true, and that then would allow us to unify, align, come together as equals, inclusively, in a balanced and empowering way, men, women, every expression of diversity, youth, and all nations, and be mobilized, that they would be educated, synchronized, and reorganized in their process, and that would generate a system of evolving values that was standard, methodical, arrived at by all of the currently very divided human systems, very competitive human beings. The pressurization, if you will, of this outer ring requiring that to occur, not us requiring it, the planet requiring it of us, and that would generate a new system of ethics and governance, and that with all technologies, including AI and the internet, that we could hopefully arrive at some form of enhanced global collaboration that might be a more natural form of murmuration in concert with the world, as birds and fish move as flocks. So anyway, this is just a quick, brief reflection on the earlier communications. Everybody was brilliant. We so appreciate it, and we also want to ask for any thoughts or questions. We know that you folks' time are limited. You've been incredibly generous with your time and caring, and the floor is open.
I love the idea of a murmuration. I'd never heard that applied to human systems. All the starlings follow simple rule, which is do what your neighbors are doing and move towards the center. And there was a third rule, and I forgot what it was. But that's what we're doing as humans. We're doing what our neighbors are doing, and we're trying to have jobs and security, and we're doing what our neighbors are doing. And the problem is, in the United States, our neighbors have 3,000 square foot houses and 2 cars and a speedboat for fishing and other things. But if you go on my bike ride, I live on the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota, and there's a place where there's kind of a trailer park where people live in double wide trailers, and they're surrounded by 200 other people that live in those trailers. And the kids are playing soccer and fishing and doing things, and that's who they're surrounded by. And I sometimes wonder if all of us just had tents, but everyone lived that way, we would be happy as long as we didn't freeze or anything. So this idea of a murmuration is appealing to me. My concern is I wish we had more time and that we could plan and prepare ahead of time, maybe if there was a dress rehearsal or something. But we have had dress rehearsals in the 70s, in 2009, a little bit in COVID. So I think now is the time to start changing how we fly. And I don't think this is going to happen from the top down. I don't, because I think as events get dicier and match up with the graph that you showed, John, of the LTG study, that paradoxically the media and the government and others are going to veer further away from the reality that you just described and that I just described, because the populist messages of more consumption, more convenience, more technology in the future are going to sound much better than than tightening our belt and living on less and respecting nature. So I think it has to come from the bottom up. And again, I've said it 3 times. I don't know how that happens, but I feel the spirit of the people on the call and many other calls that I've been at. I just got back from Sweden, and they're trying to use Scandinavia as a pilot for doing things differently. And this is happening now around the world. People are ignoring what these famous government people are telling them, and they see what's happening and they want to respond to it. So I'm all for a murmuration.
Thank you. Truly, thank you. Any questions? I know your time is limited, Nate, and your time is precious to you and also to us. If there are any other questions for Nate, please do ask. If you're open to that, Nate.
How can we all stay connected, Nate?
Well, I have a podcast, a YouTube channel, Nate Hagens. The podcast is called The Great Simplification. I have a Substack, Nate Hagens. We're about to hire some more people and try to have a larger voice globally on these issues. But if you sign up for any of those things I mentioned, you can have access to any of our content. Everything is for free. We don't charge for anything because it's part of my philosophy that any human that has access to the internet should be able to have information for free to make decisions and become informed and pass the baton. So sign up for one of those things. And thank you all. This was kind of the tail end of 3 weeks of speaking and everything, so I'm a little fried, but I enjoyed this, and I could tell the warmth and camaraderie and pro-future spirit with the people on this call is buoying to me. I feel energized after these. So thank you all, and to be continued.
Thanks, Nate.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We have one final slide just with next steps. Are we ready for that? Okay. Okay, as we come to the end of our long day, I just first want to thank everyone again for their time and for being here. Did you want to speak to this, John, or would you like me to present? Okay. So thank you to everyone. Thank you for the team. What an amazing full day, and we're so grateful for those that attended, and we're so grateful to our speakers for all that they offered. It was so much substance, and we're so excited to be able to share the recording out and offer this to more people that couldn't be here today. So as far as next steps and where we go from here, we do have this opportunity to build this transformational social movement to redesign and restructure education. We hope what came forth today really began to widen the conversation into different perspectives, and we can keep those understandings building and growing and expanding through this workshop model, and that is our intention. So please stay in touch. We want to talk more about how to get engaged with you, and we want to work with you. So please contact us with all of your ideas and thoughts to work with us and improve the futures for all young people. We have those opportunities. You can contact us at connect@wssnow.org, or you can fill out a collaboration form at our website. And I think we have most people's emails. So if you did sign up for this event, you also get some follow-up as well from our team, and we'll make sure and share. We do have volunteer and internship opportunities available at WSS. So if you want to help with the creation of these workshops, with the understanding of the Phoenix platform, other initiatives that we have going on, please let us know, and we would be so happy to welcome you. We're also working on an expanded youth internship program that will invite youth in to work on more projects that address the climate crisis and this important part of redesigning education. You can learn more about how you can work with us to build the Phoenix Global Transformation Platform. There's a lot of information on our website, so please check it out. The website is here, and if someone wouldn't mind putting these email addresses and links in the chat right now too, just so people don't have to write them down, that would be helpful. And then we are currently recruiting speakers for our next summit on January 13th. And we want to invite all of you to be there. Please reach out to the links above if you're interested, know any speakers, or just wanted more information on attending. So we'll be planning that. And it's, again, we're going to be expanding on everything that we learned today. So super excited, and have already been talking to some really substantive folks that have additional content to share. If you would care to donate to our organization and programs, apparently I didn't put the link. It's wssnow.org/donate, and we'll put that in the link as well. Of course, we are a nonprofit, and anything anyone offers is supportive of keeping these programs going, as well as building the broader initiatives to scale all of this. And of course, this is your time, it's your opportunity, and it's your moment. And this is how you can do it. So again, we're so grateful. And if you have any questions, we're still here. We have a few minutes left. We're happy to chat. And if not, we're happy to continue the conversation. We are working on building a more cohesive engagement model where we can provide a platform for youth to come together and begin to discuss these items post-workshop as well. So again, if you want to learn more about that, you want to help us design that model, please reach out, and we welcome all of your input. So thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions or any last comments? Wonderful. Well, we hope everyone has a beautiful rest of the weekend. Thanks again for taking your time on a Saturday, and namaste.
Namaste. Thanks everyone for putting it on. I learned so much, and it's so nice to be with you. Yay. Looking forward to the next one. Thanks, guys. Me too. Bye.